All rise for the jury. We'll go back on the record then on Mark D. Jensen, 2002 CF314. It is January 30th, 2023, Monday. Let's have the appearances, please.
Good morning. The State of Wisconsin appears by Special Prosecutor Robert Jamboys, Deputy District Attorney Carly McNeil, and Public Service Special Prosecutor Beverly Jamboys.
Attorneys Bridget Krause, Jeremy Perry, and Mackenzie Renner appear on behalf of Mr. Mark Jensen, who appears in court. Good morning, Judge.
Good morning. It's nice to see all the jurors back this morning. Thank you for coming on time. Seeing that it's already week 4 of the trial, everybody is still here. With that, we're going to continue with the defense's case. Who's the next witness for the defense?
Our next witness will be Dr. Sarah West, but before we call her to the stand, I do have a couple of motions. Specifically, I move to admit into evidence Exhibit 97, which is Julie Jensen's UW-Oshkosh transcript, Exhibits 102 and 103, which are the photos of the closets that were shown to the jury last Friday, and Exhibit 120, which is Laura Koster's resignation letter.
Any objection from the state?
No, Your Honor.
All right, those will be received.
Thank you. And at this time, then, we will call Dr. Sarah West to the stand.
You want to raise your right hand, remain standing. You solemnly swear the testimony is meant to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Try to get as close as you can to the microphone. Spell your first and last name for the reporter.
It's Sarah, S-A-R-A, West, W-E-S-T.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Renner.
Thank you. Dr. West, how are you currently employed?
I am a psychiatrist, more specifically a forensic psychiatrist. I currently work full-time doing clinical psychiatric work, seeing and treating patients with mental health disorders. Then on top of that, I also work as a forensic psychiatrist. Forensics in psychiatry means the intersection of psychiatry and the law. Anything that has to do with the law and mental health falls under that purview.
And where are you currently employed?
I do my clinical practice at a small community mental health center in Akron, Ohio called Community Support Services. I also have a forensic private practice in which I provide testimony and information to attorneys who work in civil and criminal matters.
Are you affiliated with any universities?
I am. I am a clinical associate professor at Case Western University School of Medicine in Cleveland, Ohio.
Now, as far as forensic psychiatry goes, does Case Western have any special, is there anything special about Case Western, I should ask?
Case Western, prior to his retirement, was the home of Dr. Phil Resnick, who was probably one of the nation's, if not the world's, premier forensic psychiatrists. He has testified in cases such as Jeffrey Dahmer's case, Ted Kaczynski's case, and I had the opportunity to train with him there between 2008 and 2009.
And do you currently teach there at all?
I do. So after finishing my fellowship during those years, I have continued on as a professor educating fellows in forensic psychiatry that came behind me.
Now, you indicated that you currently have patients that you're working with actively. Do you know how many patients you currently have?
Yes, I happened to pull that data just the other day, and I see 248 clinical patients on my caseload. They often have severe mental illness, and I see them quite frequently, a good chunk of them at least once a month.
And when you're working with a patient, what is your role?
My role as a psychiatrist I am a medical doctor, I went to medical school, is to prescribe medications mainly. Also, as a psychiatrist, I coordinate services that are provided by other folks at the agency. That could be case managers, psychologists, or nurses.
And as part of your job, do you diagnose mental illnesses?
Absolutely. I've spent a number of years in training to be able to do that. In order to become a board-certified forensic psychiatrist, I attended 4 years of undergraduate education at the University of Virginia, went on for 4 years of medical school at the University of Virginia, came to Case Western to complete my residency 4 years, and then proceeded on to the fellowship, which is 1 year of subspecialty training in the very specific area of psychiatry and the law.
And are you currently board certified?
I am. To be board certified, one must have gone through all those steps, sit for a test. At the time I did this, there was also an oral exam in psychiatry. Once one has become a board certified psychiatrist, only then can one sit for the forensic boards, which is a written test. So I am board certified in both the area of general psychiatry and the subspecialty of forensic psychiatry.
Now, in addition to your residency for general psychiatry, was there any additional training that you had to do in order to be able to sit for the board certification of forensic psychiatry?
Yes, that would be a forensic fellowship where I spent 1 year in very close contact with Dr. Resnick along with my 2 co-fellows for 12 months. And we, during that time, saw private cases with Dr. Resnick. We traveled with Dr. Resnick to testify. We also saw clinical forensic patients. So it's a very comprehensive year of training.
And how long have you been board certified in general psychiatry to start out with?
I was board certified in general psychiatry in 2009 and subsequently in forensic psychiatry in 2011.
Now, I think you indicated what forensic psychiatry is already. What is it that makes forensic psychiatry different than any other profession in the medical field?
So in forensic psychiatry, unlike when I'm seeing my clinical patients, I am after the truth. I am not my patient's advocate. I am rather objective, looking at all aspects of a case and not swayed or my opinion is not swayed by a patient or their particular report. As a matter of fact, when I see people on a forensic basis, we don't call them patients because we're not actually offering them treatment. We call them evaluees. And when I evaluate someone, I strive for objectivity, and once I have formed an opinion, I may advocate for that opinion, but only if I've rendered it objectively.
And are you paid in your work as a psychiatrist or specifically a forensic psychiatrist?
I am.
And are you getting paid to be here for this case?
I am.
Now, in this case, what exactly was the question that you were asked to answer for us?
I was asked a very specific question, which is very relevant to my clinical work, and that is to determine Ms. Jensen's suicide risk on the date of December 3rd, 1998.
And have you been asked to do this suicide risk assessment for any other type of cases or any other work that you've done?
I do it every day. I would be not practicing psychiatry if I didn't assess risk in every patient that I see. So this is something that I do on a daily basis.
And have you ever been hired to evaluate suicide risk?
Again, when I work clinically, every time I see a patient, I want to ensure that they are not a danger to themselves or other people. If that is the case, then I would seek a higher level of care for them, usually inpatient hospitalization. So this is a skill set that I practice daily.
And have you ever been retained by any insurance companies to look at suicide risk?
I have not been retained by them, but that's a very common, if we were to do this type of assessment on a forensic basis, that is probably the most common application of what we refer to as a psychological autopsy. And that is retrospectively looking at someone's suicide risk at the time of death. The reason that that might be important to insurance companies is oftentimes they have clauses in their policy to suggest that they won't pay out if someone has intentionally caused their own death. So that is a more common application of this psychological autopsy that I conducted in this case here.
And are you here to tell us if Julie Jensen committed suicide?
Absolutely not. I don't know that information.
So what you're here to talk about is suicide risk, correct?
Correct.
Now, in your clinical practice, I assume that you actually talk to your patients to get information from them.
I do, yes. So the primary source of information when I'm practicing clinically, of course, is a patient interview.
And since we can't do a patient interview with Ms. Julie Jensen as she is deceased, are you still able to come to an opinion as to her suicide risk?
Yes, and I use collateral information, which is information obtained from other sources that might reflect her mental status at the time of her death. This is something I do commonly in another type of criminal evaluation that I do much more frequently, which is a not guilty by reason of insanity assessment. In that case, I'm looking at someone's mental status at the exact moment that they committed an act for which they've been charged criminally. So the process is very familiar to me.
And in this case, did you review any materials to assist you in coming to your opinions?
I did. I had the opportunity to review testimony from the previous trial, the transcript. I also had the opportunity to speak to people who had testified to do a personal interview. Of course, this is much more retrospective, as I did so in 2017 after reviewing their transcript from 10 years prior. And perhaps if I had my report, just so I don't leave anything out, may I reference that?
Of course. And in fact, why don't I start out by showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 121? And that's 122. Do you recognize what Exhibit 121 is?
I do.
What is that?
That is my curriculum vitae, or resume, that lists all my education and publications as well.
So you have publications?
I do. I have a number of publications. I enjoy writing and researching and have published quite extensively in multiple areas of forensic psychiatry. I have also had the opportunity to present at meetings, national meetings, as well as internationally even. I had the chance to speak in New Zealand on school shootings. So I've covered a variety of information in my publications and presentations on a wide array of topics, both civil and criminal, that are related to forensics.
And your curriculum vitae there, Exhibit 121, is that a fair and accurate representation of your qualifications as a psychiatrist and a forensic psychiatrist?
It is, but to update my academic appointment, I have been promoted from an assistant professor, as is noted here, to a clinical associate professor.
And as a professor, do you assist students in obtaining their fellowships and the like?
I do. I have the opportunity to directly supervise forensic psychiatric fellows in the same way that Dr. Resnick supervised me when I was a fellow.
And I would move Exhibit 121 into evidence.
Received.
Thank you. Now, Dr. has been marked as Exhibit 122. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, this is the written report I generated on July 31st, 2017 in reference to this case.
And Does your report indicate what you reviewed in determining your suicide risk for Ms. Jensen?
It does, yes. So in addition to the things that I previously mentioned, including the trial transcript and my ability to speak with individuals who had testified, I also had access to records from Dr. Borman, who I believe you've heard from, as well as Mr. DeFazio, both of whom provided medical or mental health care to Ms. Jensen.
And the medical records that you reviewed from Dr. Borman, how far back did those go?
Those went back to, I believe, 1994, I think, were the medical records from Dr. Borman, whereas the medical records from Mr. DeFazio were dated 1991.
And you said that you reviewed transcripts of testimony. Do you recall whose testimony you reviewed?
Yes. Specifically, I was interested in the testimony of those who had spoken to Ms. Jensen just prior to her death. That involved her neighbors, the Voights, as well as Ms. Coster, her sister-in-law and best friend, and Dr. Borman. I also reviewed information from her brother, Mr. Griffin, and Mr. DeFazio, who treated her, and also Miss DeFazio, who was her son's teacher with whom she had had several interactions prior to her death.
Now, I understand that you spoke with some people either on the telephone or in person. You did speak with a Laura Coster, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And I understand at some point you did speak with Mr. Jensen in this case?
I did. I had the opportunity to spend some time with Mr. Jensen, which was helpful to me because he provided a timeline. That being said, I did not rely on Mr. Jensen as a source of information, given that he has a vested interest in the outcome of this case. I used the information he provided as a framework for which to check collateral sources and verify information.
Now, when determining someone's risk for suicide, what are the kind of things that you are interested in finding out?
To break down suicide risk, we'll talk first about static risk factors. Static risk factors are things that we know put people at risk for suicide but cannot be changed. The things that I tend to clinically focus on more readily are dynamic risk factors. Dynamic risk factors are those things that can be altered in order to decrease someone's risk for suicide.
Now, as I'm sure you're aware, you heard the judge say we're in week 4 of this trial. The jury here has heard a lot of evidence in this case. Do you believe that you need to hear every single witness and every single bit of testimony in a homicide case in order to assess suicide risk for Ms. Jensen?
I do not. Again, I was asked a very specific question that relates only to Ms. Jensen's mental status at the time of her death. So there is a lot of information that you all have received that I don't necessarily need to know or weigh in my calculation of her suicide risk.
Now, when you're asked to testify, you're asked to make all of your opinions to a reasonable degree of medical certainty. Is that right?
That's correct.
And what is a reasonable degree of medical certainty mean?
So, as you sit here today making a decision in a criminal case, you are asked to do so beyond a reasonable doubt. That means because it's a criminal case and someone's liberty is up for grabs, that you would make that decision with a great deal of assurance. I am asked to offer opinions with reasonable medical certainty in that I am just I have to tolerate a bit more uncertainty, especially in psychiatry, because we don't necessarily know everything that's going on in someone's mind. So when I'm asked to testify to a degree of reasonable medical certainty, that just means that it is more likely than not than what I say is the case, in my opinion.
Now, I'd like to start out with your report talking about mental health diagnoses. Is a mental health diagnosis part of a risk assessment for suicide?
Yes, and in particular, the diagnosis that probably places one at greatest risk for suicide is major depressive disorder. In common parlance, depression. One of the criteria for that is actually suicidal thoughts.
So when we're talking about diagnosing a mental illness, is there like a piece of literature or a book or something that you have to refer to?
Yes, so in psychiatry, we use something called the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual that lays out criteria for the major mental illnesses. It has been widely accepted. It is in its 5th edition at this point, and I carry my beat-up copy with me everywhere, as you can tell. We got tape on it and everything, pages falling out. So this is something that I use every day in diagnostic assessment, and this is the go-to source. It's published by the American Psychiatric Association, and as I said, its most recent edition was published in 2013 with updated criteria.
Now, for major depressive disorder, since we're already talking about that, what are the things that you have to look for in determining if someone suffers from major depressive disorder?
So the first criteria, not surprisingly, of major depression is low mood. If someone's complaining that they're feeling depressed, that of course puts you on notice that major depressive disorder might be a possible diagnosis.
And in this case, did you find any evidence of that?
I did. As a matter of fact, just 2 days prior to her death, Ms. Jensen spoke to Dr. Borman, her primary care provider, and he described her as looking miserable and depressed.
And is there a amount of time that these type of symptoms have to go on in order for us to make a diagnosis?
Yes. So in the DSM, which is a very concrete book, it suggests symptoms of major depressive disorder must occur for at least 2 weeks or greater in order to qualify for the diagnosis. Given that Ms. Jensen spoke with Dr. Borman in September of 1998 about depression, we can infer that the depression lasted for a period greater than 2 weeks, far in excess of 2 weeks, actually.
And what other criteria does what's another criteria that the DSM lays out for major depressive disorder?
So in training, we learn a mnemonic device that's called SIG-E CAPS, and that helps us recall all 9 symptoms of major depressive disorder. Those symptoms are problems with sleep, problems with interest in activities, problems with excessive guilt, decreased energy, concentration being impaired, appetite changes, psychomotor retardation or agitation. That's to say someone feels that their physical movements are either sped up or slowed down, and then finally suicidality.
And so if we begin with the S in SIG-E CAPS, can you talk to us about the S?
Sure. So S is for sleep, and one would look at both people who sleep too much and aren't sleeping at all. According to Dr. Borman's notes, Ms. Jensen was not sleeping well in the days prior to her death, to the point where he prescribed a medication indicated for sleep.
And then the I. What is the I again?
I stands for interest. Interest in activities that one used to enjoy but may not derive pleasure from anymore. Now, I did not find detailed information or collateral sources to support this in Ms. Jensen's case. That's not to say she didn't experience it, but without having the opportunity to speak to her directly, I can't confirm this.
And what is the G again?
G stands for guilt, excessive guilt. We all feel guilty, of course, about a variety of things, but this would be in excess of what's expected. I found evidence of this in Ms. Jensen's statements to a variety of people about an extramarital affair that she had had multiple years prior to 1998, indicating that she was experiencing guilt about this affair.
Then we have the E for energy, right?
Yes. E stands for decreased energy or fatigue. And Ms. Jensen, Dr. Borman reported in his notes from December 1st, 1998, that Ms. Jensen appeared fatigued.
And now on to the caps of SIGI caps. C.
C is for concentration, and though, again, I didn't find any specific evidence that could be confirmed with collateral sources that Ms. Jensen experienced this, it's not to say that she didn't.
And the A?
A is for appetite, and I will say that there is objective concrete evidence that Ms. Jensen experienced decreased appetite, namely in the fact that her weight changed she lost 8.5 pounds between September and December. That was 6.9% of her total body weight, suggesting that she had decreased appetite and was not consuming food as readily.
And then we have the P.
P is for psychomotor agitation, and that is feeling restless or unable to settle. Dr. Borman actually describes Ms. Jensen on December 1st of 1998 as very upset, distraught, and almost frantic, suggesting that she had evidence of psychomotor agitation.
And then S for suicidality.
So that's a challenging one because that's, of course, what we're looking at. We're looking at suicide risk. That's the question. I would offer to you that she did experience suicidal ideation, which is consistent with the major depressive disorder that I have evidence to diagnose her with.
So of the 9 criteria that we've gone through here, how many did you find?
I confirmed 6 of the 9 criteria. 5 are necessary to make a diagnosis. Again, I would suggest that suicidality was present. And then the 2 other criteria, while I didn't have objective collateral information about this, that's again not to say that she didn't experience these symptoms.
So that's 6, and it may be 7 because of suicidality?
Yes, far in excess of what's required to diagnose major depressive disorder.
So when you have said that you didn't have enough evidence to say that she suggested this certain criterion, what do you mean by that?
Again, if I were sitting with a patient, I would ask them specifically and potentially ask their loved ones if they had witnessed these events. Because this case has occurred 20 years prior to when I had the opportunity to review the information and the primary source of information is no longer available, I did not have concrete evidence that other people were able to provide to say that these criteria existed.
Now, when you indicated that you believe there may be suicidal ideation, what is suicidal ideation?
That is a wish to end one's own life.
And in this case, I understand that, you know what, strike that. Dr. West, you said that there may be suicidal ideation. Are you aware that Ms. Jensen told people that she was not suicidal?
Yes, and while that has been documented, I will say as a clinically practicing psychiatrist, I don't take that at face value. I would be foolish to. Of course, people who are intent upon killing themselves are not going to share with medical providers that they intend to do so.
Why
that
not?
that would very likely lead to them going to the hospital and being put in a place where they're not capable of killing themselves. So for that reason, people are not always forthright about their thoughts to harm themselves.
Are there any other reasons that people might not be forthright other than the risk of hospitalization?
Yes, of course, suicide can be shameful. There's still a great deal, we've come a long way since 1998, but there is still a great deal of stigma attached to mental health issues and feeling like you want to hurt yourself. And I think that Ms. Jensen actually experienced this rather acutely. She had told people throughout the years that her mother was ill, and she was very concerned about being labeled, quote unquote, crazy like her mother. She did not want to lose her children over the possibility. She did not want to lose her children, which may have occurred in her mind. Again, this is her perception, that she would be hospitalized and labeled as crazy.
So we've gone through the criteria for major depressive disorder. And do you have an opinion held to a reasonable degree of medical certainty on what Ms. Jensen's diagnosis is?
Yes, it is my opinion, with a reasonable degree of medical certainty, that at the time of her death on December 3rd, 1998, she was diagnosed with major depressive disorder, recurrent, because there is evidence to suggest that she had had previous depressive episodes.
Now, history of depression or diagnosis, is that one of those static factors that you talked about?
Yes. Any historical information is static because we can't change history. So her previous episodes and history of mental health issues do represent a static risk factor.
What other static risk factors did you consider in this case?
I also considered her family history. I just talked a little bit about her mom's own history of mental health. Her brother also confirmed that he himself made a suicide attempt at the age of 17.
Are there any other static factors that you had to consider in this case?
I also considered the idea that historically, Ms. Jensen was not necessarily forthright with treatment providers. For example, when she was seeing Mr. DeFazio in 1991, she chose not to disclose the information that at that time she was having an affair. She was engaged in therapy. You would think that that would be a very important piece of information for her therapist to know and assist her in processing.
And I'd like to turn now to talking about some dynamic risk factors. And can you explain again what the difference between static and dynamic is?
Sure. So dynamic risk factors are important to assess because those are things that are able to be changed. The first and most obvious dynamic risk factor, in my estimation, is her current symptomatology. She was in the midst of a major depressive episode, and that is amenable to treatment. So again, one would target a dynamic risk factor for treatment in an effort to help someone feel better.
So the actual diagnosis of major depressive disorder plays into suicide risk?
Absolutely. Again, one of the criteria for major depressive disorder is suicidality.
What other things that was Ms. Jensen experiencing at that time based on your review that would be a dynamic factor?
So let me take a moment to explain what depression feels like. It's a very common scenario. We talk about it in everyday parlance. I'm so depressed. Major depression is serious. It leads to death, and it that is because people feel hopeless and helpless and don't know how to get out of this chasm that they feel that they're trapped in. So while we may see them from up above and realize there's an end to their feeling bad, they don't necessarily see that. Depression is a very difficult disease to live with, and it's important to recognize that our perception of depression from the outside is not what somebody's experiencing internally. So in reviewing these dynamic risk factors from Ms. Jensen's perspective, it's important to put ourselves in her shoes.
And in your estimation, were there any feelings of loss being experienced by Ms. Jensen?
Objection. Counsel's leading the witness.
Why don't you just rephrase it, Ms. Jenner?
Dr. West, in coming to your conclusion, you studied these dynamic risk factors. Is an experience of loss something that would be a risk factor?
Yes. So that's a pretty serious risk factor. And at the time when Ms. Jensen's death occurred, I believe that she experienced, again, this is from her perspective, what she felt to be multiple losses. And this may not, again, be readily apparent to people outside of her, but this was her personal experience. First of all, she spoke about her youngest growing up and going off to daycare and not having a baby at home anymore. That was an acute loss for her. She also spoke of not having much of a support system, and this is indicated by the idea that she turned to people that she felt, or rather from the outside, looked like they were not very close to her. As a matter of fact, it does seem that to the outside observer, she had a good support system. She was married. She had a best friend who was also her sister-in-law. Those are not the people that she confided in with very important and personal information. She shared this with a casual neighbor, as well as a teacher that she'd only known a few months. That, to me, suggests that she did not feel like she had anyone she could turn to for support.
Now, you earlier said something about the label of crazy affecting her. How did that affect her?
I do think that she was particularly sensitive to this. Nobody wants to be labeled crazy, but because of her own personal history with her mother, this really hit her in a very different way. I think she was very concerned about losing her children over the idea that she would be labeled crazy and unable to care for them.
Now, did Ms. Jensen appear to have any misperceptions about her situation?
So as we just talked about in regard to the losses, as well as her feelings that she was losing her children and losing her marriage, I also feel like she was misperceiving other portions of reality. She was described as being odd on a number of occasions by her sister-in-law, who knew her quite well, and she expressed concern about different things that didn't seem to add up. And this was historical as well. For example, she reported multiple years prior this incident that involved both her sister-in-law best friend as well as her husband when she was frantic about feces being smeared in the bathroom. When the sister-in-law and her husband came home, this was not at all the case. So there's some historical evidence as well as contemporary evidence to December 1st that she had some difficulties with perceiving reality around her.
Now, additionally, you're aware that Ms. Jensen made some statements that she was in fear of her husband. How did that play into your analysis?
I certainly took that into account. She did report that to her neighbors. But again, given that her perception was distorted in terms of her support and her losses, I had concern that perhaps she wasn't perceiving this correctly as well.
And what would make you think that?
That would be based on some facts that I think are important to note. While she stated that she was fearful of her husband, she was a woman of means. She had access to the family's finances. She was a very bright woman and was well aware of the resources available to her, and she chose not to pursue any of these resources. There are a couple of very specific examples of that. Namely, the neighbor, Mr. Voigt, offered her both money and a place to stay after she shared with him that she was fearful. She did not take him up on that. And the teacher, Ms. DeFazio, offered to help connect her with a woman's shelter where she could go to be out of danger related to her husband. And again, she chose not to pursue this.
And I believe there was one other person that also offered her an out. Is that correct?
Yes, her sister-in-law also suggested that she could remove herself from the situation and had the means to do so, and she did not, again, do that upon the advice of her best friend, sister-in-law.
Now, this jury did hear evidence previously that Ms. Jensen appeared flat at times when talking about issues. What does that mean to you as a psychiatrist?
When I see somebody who is flat or cannot express emotion, I'm concerned about two things. The first would be depression, to the extent where they can't feel anything. The second would be a different serious diagnosis, psychosis. It's actually one of the things that can precipitate a flat affect or lack of emotional expression.
Is there anything about isolation in this case that struck you in making your risk assessment?
I do think that Ms. Jensen set up a window for herself in which she would be capable of ending her life. And by that, I can give you some very specific examples. She shared with her best friend and sister-in-law preemptively, even prior to seeing her medical provider, that she would be started on medication, that she would experience side effects to this medication, and therefore not to worry if she didn't come with her son to karate practice. That would be on December 2nd. On December 2nd, she also called her neighbors and told them if they didn't see her outside, they were not to worry because she was okay. And then she also wrote a note to the teacher, Ms. DeFazio, on that day that she would not be in because she was not well. So she had almost created a space for herself in which people who would be concerned about her not presenting to a variety of activities had been given notice as to where she was.
Is that something that you see in people who are suicidal?
Yes. For example, a hunter who tells his wife that he's going away for the weekend to hunt. He's created a window in which he would be alone naturally, and he has a weapon that would be used for what appear to be benign purposes, and instead, of course, he's created a space for himself to end his life.
Now, this jury did hear evidence, and you've alluded to this, that on December 1st, Julie Jensen was reaching out to her doctor, Dr. Borman, about depression. Why would someone get help a few days before taking their own life?
It's been my experience clinically that people who do develop thoughts of killing themselves are ambivalent about it. And by ambivalent, I mean that they have both very strong feelings about wanting to live and very strong feelings about wanting to die. And so when they're feeling strongly that they want to live, that would be an opportunity to reach out for help, but they may have second thoughts about that. So there's a lot of back and forth in people who are experiencing thoughts of harming themselves.
Now, I believe we've had conversations about hesitation marks and things along those lines. What are hesitation marks?
So hesitation marks would be physical signs that I might look for in somebody who is thinking about ending their life by cutting themselves and engages in practice. And that is could be manifested in a variety of ways in other people who had thought of other means to harm themselves. For example, Russian roulette with a gun or making a noose but not hanging oneself. There's some rehearsal that goes into, especially due to ambivalence, one's practice in killing themselves.
And was there anything in this case that might be considered a hesitation or a practice?
I believe that Miss Jensen was unwell at a time when her husband was away, and the source of that is unclear, but, that could be potentially related to an attempt or a trial run at harming herself.
So with this ambivalence that you've spoken about, are there times when that leads to someone making a that I'm trying to figure out how to say this right. How does that affect a person's actions in the days or weeks leading up to a suicide?
I think that ambivalence causes a lot of conflicting information. People may reach out for help and then retreat. People may see the doctor but then not take the medications that are prescribed. I think you get a lot of pieces of conflicting information.
So, in your estimation, as a forensic psychiatrist in this matter, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to Julie Jensen's suicide risk?
I do.
And what is that opinion?
It is my opinion with a reasonable degree of medical certainty that Ms. Jensen on December 3rd, 1998 was at high risk for suicide based on the factors we discussed. An additional factor that I would like to add in that I did consider was Ms. Koster's report on the last time that she saw Ms. Jensen, that Ms. Jensen was unusually emotive and shared with her how much she appreciated Ms. Koster's support and loved her, and Ms. Koster qualified this as being almost like a goodbye.
Now, we've already talked about statements Julie Jensen made indicating that she is not suicidal. Do those statements, again, does that change your opinion at all?
No, not at all.
Can an educated person commit suicide?
Yes. As we know, anyone can commit suicide. It's always a tragic event and a terrible loss, but it affects everyone.
And do devoted mothers commit suicide?
Yes. People with children commit suicide. People with parents commit suicide. People with brothers and sisters commit suicide.
Do people you would describe as kind and loving commit suicide?
Yes. Amazing people commit suicide every day. It's a national problem, and since this time, there has been a national hotline that's been instituted to assist people with suicidal thoughts.
No further questions.
Who's doing the cross? Go ahead, Mr. Jambois.
So, Doctor, let's talk about Siggy caps. That's how you pronounce it, right? Siggy caps?
Yes.
Because I pronounced it Sige caps the other day, and that was wrong. So the expert didn't know what I was talking about. So Siggy cap starts with sleep, correct?
Yes.
And you indicated that because Julie was manifesting sleep problems, that's the first The S in SIGCAP stands for sleep problems, correct?
Yes.
Were you aware of the fact that Julie had seen Dr. Borman on December 1st? Correct?
Yes.
And on December 1st, Dr. Borman has no notes at all that reflect any kind of a sleep problem. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
And you are aware that Dr. Borman has expressed a familiarity that he knows what SIGCAPS is, and he does kind of a thumbnail sketch of that in his 15-minute interview with his patients. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
And he indicated that if there had been sleep problems, he would have noted that in his notes, and he did not note anything about sleep problems on December 1st, 1998. So are you aware of that?
That he indicated that if there were sleep problems, he would have noted it?
Yes.
Okay.
So the only issue about sleep problems didn't come from Julie Jensen, did it?
That's correct. It came from Mark Jensen.
Yes, Mark Jensen. And you know, Mark Jensen, in addition to her being husband, is also a murder suspect in this case. You're aware of that, correct?
He was not at the time.
Well, actually, he was. His wife, Julie Jensen, suspected that Mark was trying to murder her. You were aware of that, weren't you?
Yes, but he was not a murder suspect on December 1st, 1998.
Well, his wife suspected that he was trying to kill her, right?
Yes.
And she did not express that to Dr. Borman, did she?
She did not.
But she did express it to her friend and next-door neighbor, Ted Voigt, correct?
Correct.
And she expressed that thought to her son's third-grade teacher, Therese DeFazio, correct?
Correct.
And she expressed that thought to her best friend, who happened to be Mark Jensen's sister, Laura Koster. Isn't that true?
Yes.
And do you know, Julie Jensen then later recounted that conversation that she had with Laura Koster. Were you aware of that?
In what way?
Are you aware that Julie Jensen told her next-door neighbor, Todd Koster, and she also told her friend, or her teacher, Therese DeFazio, that when Julie had told Lori that she thought Mark was trying to kill her.
Objection, hearsay.
It's been, actually, this goes to this witness's perception of Julie Jensen being
Take a break,
delusional.
folks.
I'm sorry, what?
We're going to let the jury go out. All right, the jury's outside of the courtroom. Are you objecting, Ms. Renner, to what Julie Jensen said to Mr. Mark Jensen's sister?
No, Your Honor. So this is actually, I believe, what Mr. Jambois is trying to bring into this cross-examination is that Julie Jensen told the Voights, or Ms. DeFazio, that she had a conversation with Laura, and Laura said blah, 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 about, or not blah, 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 but said that Ms. Koster was basically agreeing.
Why don't I make the offer of proof? What Ted Voigt testified to and what Therese DeFazio will testify to is that when Julie told her about her conversation with Laura Koster, who was her best friend but was also Mark Jensen's brother, or sister, she told him, Laura Koster told Julie Jensen, I lived with him for 18 years. You have no idea what he's capable of. Now, Laura Koster has denied making that statement, but there are two independent witnesses who indicated that Julie Jensen did recount that to Laura Koster, or did recount that that's what Laura Koster said to her. And the question is whether or not that reflects that maybe Julie was not, she was not delusional. She was not detached from reality about her concerns, about her perception that her husband was trying to kill her. This witness indicated her perception was, I forgot, her perception was what was the term you said? It was distorted. Her perception was distorted. I couldn't read my own handwriting. Her perception was distorted. So if her perception was influenced by those around her, then it wouldn't reflect to me that her perception was distorted. She had good reason to believe that Mark Jensen was trying to kill her because his own sister had told her, I lived with him for 18 years. You have no idea what he's capable of. Now, Laura Koster's denying that, but Laura Koster lied under oath the other day. She's a biased witness.
God, we don't have the jury in front of us.
I know. But she's a biased witness, Your Honor.
All right, I'll give you one more response if you wish.
Your Honor, this is multiple levels of hearsay deep here, and Ms. Koster denies making any such statement. We don't have Ms. Jensen here to say that, yes, Laura said that. We have multiple layers of hearsay here, and I don't believe that it's being offered just for Ms. Jensen's perception, but I believe it's being offered for the truth of the matter asserted.
Why don't you do it as a hypothetical question?
Okay, I will do that, but I would say this, Your Honor. Mark Jensen has forfeited his right to challenge any hearsay. They have no right to make any hearsay objections to anything that Julie Jensen said because he forfeited his right to do that. That's what the Wisconsin Supreme Court said, and that's what the Wisconsin Court of Appeals said, and that's the law of the case. They have no hearsay objection to anything that Julie Jensen said.
All right, we'll bring back the jury and we'll do it as a hypothetical question.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We're back on the record on Mark Jensen. The appearances are the same. The jury's back in a courtroom. Thank you for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. You can ask your question, Mr. Jamboys.
Thank you. So, Dr. Ward, I'm going to start over again. I'm
It's
sorry,
West.
Dr. West. I'm sorry, Dr. West. You recounted in your testimony some conversations that Julie Jensen had with Laura Koster, correct?
Yes.
And one of those conversations was when Julie Jensen showed Laura Koster a photograph of a Post-it note that she'd found in Mark Jensen's day planner. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when Julie Jensen was showing that Post-it note to Laura Koster, that's when Laura Koster had, according to what you'd said, Laura Koster had offered to provide her with assistance if she needed to go somewhere, correct?
Yes.
Now, are you aware that Julie Jensen had also discussed that conversation she had with Laura Koster with two other people? Were you aware of that?
No.
She discussed that conversation. You weren't aware that she discussed her conversation with Laura Coster, she discussed that with Ted Voigt, and she also discussed it with Therese DeFazio. Were you aware of that?
I don't recall that specifically, no.
Now, you'd indicated that you thought one of the reasons that you thought that Julie was suffering from major depressive disorder is because her perception of reality was distorted, correct?
Yes.
And one of the reasons that you thought her perception of reality was distorted is because she thought her husband may be trying to kill her, correct?
Yes.
Were you aware that when Julie Jensen described this conversation that she had with Laura Coster to Ted Voigt?
Again, objection, Your Honor. This-
Overruled, go ahead.
Were you aware that at the time that Julie Jensen had this conversation, just later described this conversation that she'd have with Laura Coster, when she described it to Ted Voigt and to Therese DeFazio, that Julie Jensen described Laura Coster's reaction to seeing that note and having this conversation? Were you aware of that?
No.
Okay, well, hypothetically speaking, if Julie Jensen told Ted Voigt and told Therese DeFazio that when she showed this Post-it note to Laura Coster and expressed her concerns to Laura Coster replied, "I lived with him for 18 years. You have no idea what he's capable of." If, hypothetically, that's what Laura Coster said to Julie Jensen, would that not indicate that perhaps her perception of reality was not distorted, that in fact she had reason to believe that her husband was trying to kill her?
I'm not sure how to interpret that statement in terms of not knowing what he's capable of. That seems relatively nonspecific.
So Julie Jensen presents Laura Coster, who is the sister of Mark Jensen, with this information and her suspicions that her husband, Laura Coster's brother, may be trying to kill her. Laura Coster's response, "I lived with him for 18 years. You have no idea what he's capable of." You don't know what inference to draw from that?
No.
And you've got a medical degree and a medical degree, and you're a forensic psychiatrist, and you have no idea what inference you could possibly draw from that? Do you think the fact that Julie Jensen might possibly have drawn the inference that, gee, maybe my husband is trying to kill me, do you think that means her perception of reality was distorted?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Do you think that if Julie Jensen drew the inference that, gee, maybe my husband really is trying to kill me after what Laura Coster said to you, do you think that's an unreasonable inference for her to draw?
I don't know what inference she drew from that because it seems like a vague statement.
"I lived with him for 18 years. You have no idea what he's capable of." That seems like a vague statement.
Yes.
Now, Laura Coster talked to you years and years after this, after the death of Julie Jensen, correct?
Yes.
It was many years later. Was it in 2010, 2012? Do you remember when it was?
2017.
2017. So in 2017, she was giving you all this information about Julie that would reflect that possibly Julie was depressed or had a major depressive disorder, correct?
No, we only spoke for 5 minutes. She confirmed that she provided what she provided in testimony at the time of the trial.
Okay, so and you said when you were looking at this case, among the criteria, one of the things you looked at was a psychiatric case study written by Herzl Spiro on May 26, 2004. Is that correct?
Yes,
Did you attach much weight to that study or that report?
I did not.
But you did review it.
I looked at it, yes.
And you said you interviewed Mark Jensen in this case.
I did.
But you see, I didn't see that as a source of information here on your letter to Ms. Vishny.
That's correct.
So how much time did you spend talking to Mark Jensen?
5 hours.
And you left that off your thing here. So maybe we should add that 5-hour interview with Mark Jensen. How much significance did you attach to that information?
As I explained earlier, I used it as a framework to confirm information with other sources. I did not use him as a direct source of information, given his vested interest in this case.
So did you ask him about whether or not he had emotionally and psychologically tortured his wife in the years preceding her death?
I did not.
Were you aware that the jury in this case has heard evidence that Mark Jensen had launched a years-long campaign of harassment and emotional torture and psychological gaslighting of Julie Jensen that lasted from 1992 through 1998? Were you aware of that?
Yes.
But you didn't ask Mark Jensen about that?
No.
Are you of the impression that that was somebody else that did that it wasn't Mark Jensen that did that?
I don't know.
Well, would that affect Julie's perception of reality if she had reason to suspect that her husband was the one that was doing that? Would she then have further reason to suspect maybe her husband was trying to kill her?
Repeat the question?
Well, if in fact at the time that Julie Jensen was upset and distraught about the circumstances of her marriage and also was concerned that her husband was trying to kill her, would the fact that she had reason to believe that for the preceding 7 years he had been subjecting her to a campaign of abuse, harassment, and seeking to demean her and humiliate her, would that, if she had reason to believe that, would her perception of reality be distorted because she suspected her husband was trying to kill her?
I don't think that's been verified as a fact.
Oh. But if it was, hypothetically, let's say the jury here to your right, my left, let's say they've heard evidence that would pretty clearly indicate that Mark Jensen was the person doing that, leaving these, making these hang-up phone calls, leaving these pornographic photos around the house, and basically rubbing Julie's nose in them. If the jury had reason to believe that Mark Jensen was the person that was doing that, might that lend further credence to Julie Jensen's perception of reality that her husband might be possibly trying to kill her?
If he was the one responsible for those things, it may impact her mental status, yes.
But would also reflect that her perception of reality was not distorted, that in fact she had a pretty darn good perception of reality. If she thought her husband had a motive to kill her, if he'd not forgiven her for an affair that she had years and years earlier.
Could you repeat the question?
If in fact Julie Jensen believed that Mark Jensen never forgave her for the affair that she'd had years and years earlier, and if in fact Mark Jensen manifested his hatred for his wife by doing all these hang-up phone calls, this emotional torture, leaving photos around the house for her to find, and that, or telling her that he got them at work, if in fact he did that, that would lend credence to Julie Jensen's perception of reality at the time that her husband was trying to kill her, wouldn't it?
I actually heard two hypothetical scenarios there.
Okay.
To which one are you referring?
Well, either one of them. Would either one of those cause you to believe that Julie Jensen actually had an accurate perception of reality when she suspected that her husband might be trying to kill her?
If either one of those scenarios was correct,
Yes.
yes, I would say that that would lend some credence to the idea that she had reason to be fearful of her husband.
Now, in the CECAP thing, you emphasized guilt. You said that Ms. Jensen was feeling guilt about an affair she had years earlier, correct?
Yes.
But Julie Jensen never indicated that she was feeling guilty about it. Are you aware that what she actually told Dr. Borman is that her husband had never forgiven her for it? Would that indicate that she was feeling guilt, or would that indicate that her husband had never forgiven her for it?
I think it does indicate guilt.
What about, are you aware that Dave Nearing testified in this matter, and he testified that he knew Mark Jensen very, very well, and during the whole time that he knew Mark Jensen never forgave Julie Jensen for that one weekend affair that she'd had years and years and years earlier. Were you aware of that?
I think that's his perception.
Well, his perception based upon his communications with Mark Jensen. Well, in your 5-hour interview with Mark Jensen, did you ask him, is it true that you never forgave your wife for having an affair, one weekend affair, 7 years before she died?
I did not.
And if he told you, that's true, I never forgave her, I hated her because she had that affair 7 years, that one weekend affair 7 years earlier, I never forgave her for it, I hated her for it, would that influence your perception of whether or not Julie Jensen was suffering from major depressive disorder, or that she was just scared because she thought her husband might be trying to kill her?
Objection assumes facts not on evidence.
Overruled. Go ahead.
No.
That would not affect your perception of whether Julie Jensen was, her perception of reality was distorted?
No, you asked about major depressive disorder.
Well, but one of the reasons that you think she's suffering from major depressive disorder is because you felt that her perception of reality was distorted. Didn't you say that, doctor?
I think that's part of the process and the diagnosis.
So if, in fact, her perception of reality was not distorted, then that would undermine your diagnosis, wouldn't it?
No.
So even if her perception of reality was not in the least bit distorted, then your diagnosis remains the same.
Yes.
And even though she didn't complain of any sleep disorder, your diagnosis remains the same.
Yes.
So whose perception of reality is at issue here, yours or Julie Jensen's? Because it seems that you say these things were important, that they're part of your diagnosis, and then when they're refuted, that has no effect on your diagnosis at all. Isn't that true?
We're going to rephrase it. Go ahead, Mr. Jambois, rephrase it.
I'm trying to get your perception of reality here, doctor. You indicated that...
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative, and the tone here is argumentative.
Take one step at a time, Mr. Jambois.
So, doctor, you testified earlier on direct examination that one of the reasons you believe that Julie Jensen suffered from major depressive disorder is because her perception was distorted, correct?
No.
Oh, you didn't say that? I got the notes wrong? Her perception was distorted? You didn't say that?
No, I said she met criteria for major depressive disorder, and because of major depressive disorder, her perceptions were distorted.
Oh. But now you've learned that her perception, in this respect at least, was not distorted, correct?
I have not learned that.
You don't believe that Julie Jensen had any reason to believe that her husband was actually trying to kill her?
I don't. I believe her perception about that was distorted.
What was it? And it was distorted by her major depressive disorder?
Yes.
And the evidence that her perception was distorted was exactly what? What about Julie Jensen's perception was distorted?
That she believed, she reported to others, that her husband was trying to harm her, but her actions didn't match the belief that she shared. If she truly believed that he was trying to hurt her and she had all her faculties about her, I believe she would have sought help as a woman of means who had access to such ways of avoiding her husband and avoiding harm to herself.
So in your experience, women who are victims of domestic violence always leave as soon as they have the ability to do so?
No.
So in point of fact, many, many, many women who are in abusive domestic relationships remain with them because they want to make it work. So they take the risk of additional abuse, don't they, at the hands of their abusers?
Are we talking about Miss Jensen? Because I don't believe there's evidence to suggest she was in a relationship involving domestic violence.
Well, what about, so you don't think that a years-long campaign of terror and humiliation directed against her by her husband, you don't think that's a sign of an abusive relationship?
I don't have evidence that that occurred.
Okay, well, you know that there were years and years and years of hang-up phone calls directed at Julie Jensen, correct?
I do.
And you are aware that there were years and years of obscene pornographic penis photos being left around her house and being left at Mr. Jensen's place of business, correct?
Yes.
And you are aware that Mark Jensen told Julie that it was Perry Tarica that was doing that, correct?
I was aware that it is unknown who the perpetrator was.
You are aware that Julie Jensen repeatedly called the police about this, correct?
Yes.
And you are aware that Julie was very obviously upset about this, wasn't she?
Yes.
And in fact, Mark Jensen indicated that when he'd raised this issue with her, it would be very upsetting to Julie, correct?
I could see where that would be the case, yes.
Well, that's what he said when he was interviewed by Detective Ratzberg. He said that it was very upsetting to her, correct?
I don't know that to be true, but I assume so.
And he also told Paul Ratzberg that sometimes he'd get, angry, or as he put it, pissed, and he'd then show these photos to Julie. Were you aware of that?
Not specifically, no.
Okay, well, assume hypothetically that Mark Jensen told Detective Ratzberg, sometimes he'd get pissed off and he'd bring out these photos and show them to Julie. So hypothetically, assuming that's true, that would reflect that Mark Jensen was using these photos as a means by which to upset and humiliate his wife, correct?
No, I wouldn't characterize it like that.
Were you aware that Pleasant Prairie Police Department investigated these matters thoroughly, and they both, the officers that looked at this case, and including a private investigator that looked at this case, they all told Julie that it was Mark Jensen that was doing this. Were you aware of that?
No.
Well, hypothetically, let's assume for a moment that when the police investigated this matter, all the police officers who investigated and the private investigator who investigated all told her that it's not Perry Tarica that's doing this. It's Mark Jensen that's doing this. Assuming that's the case, would you still think that her perception of reality was distorted by the fact that she suspected her husband may be trying to harm her?
Again, to clarify, I don't know that the perpetrator was ever identified, but hypothetically speaking, if that were the case, then yes, I would assume that that would be something that she could interpret to mean that her husband was upset or angry with her.
And she had reason to believe that, right? She had reason to believe, in the weeks and months preceding her death, she had reason to believe the following things. Number one, she had reason to believe that her husband was having an affair, didn't she?
Yes.
And you are aware that her husband was having an affair, correct?
Yes.
And you are aware that her husband had made plans to go off on a cruise somewhere with his lover, Kelly Labonte, or at that time, Kelly Greenman, that he was planning to do that sometime in 1999. You were aware of that, right?
Yes.
And his lover, Kelly Greenman, divorced her husband, correct?
Yes.
And Julie Jensen just conveniently disappeared. I mean, just died. Wasn't that convenient for Mark Jensen? He could have Kelly
Objection
Greenman.
argument.
He's asking a question. Go ahead, ask it.
Wasn't it very convenient for Mark Jensen that his lover divorced her husband and his wife just suddenly died, so he didn't have to worry about taking care of his wife, so he could go on this cruise with Kelly Greenman? That was very convenient, wasn't it?
No, I don't think the loss of a spouse is typically described as convenient. I think there are a number of ways to terminate a marriage that don't end in the death of a spouse.
Sure, and if Mark Jensen was planning on going off with his girlfriend, Kelly Greenman, then you'd think he might be looking into ways to accomplish that objective, like maybe he'd be looking up divorce lawyers, right? He'd be looking for a divorce, looking up divorce lawyers, right?
I think the time frame is important to consider here. It was 1998. I don't know that people looked things up on the internet quite as readily as they do these days.
Oh, so you mean to tell me that in your hours and hours of looking at this case and interviewing Mark Jensen, you never asked him about all the internet research he did in this case?
I did not ask him about all the internet research he did.
Did you ask him about any of the internet research he did?
I don't recall specifically.
Did you ask him about looking up poisons on the internet? Did you ask him about that?
No.
You are aware that there was an extensive internet search on Mark Jensen's computer for botulism, ethylene glycol, and a variety of other poisonous substances. Are you aware of that?
My understanding was that it was a family computer.
Oh, so you're saying it wasn't. So you are aware of these searches then, you're telling us?
Yes.
Okay. So you are aware that people were doing internet searches on the Jensen home computer, correct?
Yes.
But none of those searches pertained to divorce lawyers, did they?
Not to my knowledge, no.
And none of them pertain to, say, child custody issues, did they?
Not to my knowledge.
So whoever was using the Jensen family computer, they weren't looking for a divorce lawyer. They weren't looking up things about support requirements. They were just looking up botulism, pressing garlic, which, by the way, apparently can cause botulism, pipe bombs, mercury fulminate, and a wide variety of other things. They were looking up things like that on the internet. You're aware of that?
Yes.
So you are aware that people can look things up on the internet and do internet searches, correct? Back in 1998.
Yes.
And you are aware that Mark Jensen did not spend any time looking up divorce lawyers. In fact, nobody looked up divorce lawyers on the Jensen home computer in 1998, did they?
I don't know that Mark Jensen didn't look up divorce lawyers.
Well, hypothetically speaking, then, assume for a moment that a computer analyst examined the hard drive of the Jensen family home computer and found absolutely no evidence of any searches for divorce lawyers. Would that cause you to infer that perhaps nobody looked up divorce lawyers on the internet on the Jensen home computer?
Yes, on that particular computer.
And on that particular computer, there were all these emails between Mark Jensen and Kelly Labonte, where Mark Jensen was clearly having an affair with Kelly Labonte, Kelly Greenman, correct? You were aware of that, right?
Yes.
And during this one particular exchange in mid-October of 1998, when Kelly Greenman is talking about, well, we have these issues, and Mark Jensen replied, well, the details are just noise in the bigger picture, correct? That's what he said. You remember that?
I don't.
Well, Kelly Greenman was talking about her issues. She was talking about her husband, and she was talking about divorcing him. When she specifically asked Mark what he was going to do about his issues, he replied, details are just noise in the bigger picture of things. You weren't aware of that? He said that?
No.
Do you know what a narcissist is?
Yes.
Tell the jury what a narcissist is.
In layman's terms or diagnostic terms?
Well, in the terms that us mortals would understand, so that the jury and I can understand you.
So narcissist is common parlance for something in the DSM called narcissistic personality disorder. Those are typically people who feel that they are more important than others. They enjoy interacting with people that they consider of their stature or greater. They tend to be arrogant, condescending, and enjoy status and only associate people with people who they consider to have equal or greater status.
I heard a psychiatrist on TV once said that to a narcissist, the narcissist is the sun and the rest of us are all planets. Does that sound like a pretty apt description?
That's a pretty good analogy, yes.
So when Mark Jensen's talking about his wife and his two sons, and he refers to them as just detail, as noise in the greater picture of things, does that sound like maybe a narcissistic response on Mark Jensen?
I didn't assess Mark Jensen's personality or any personality disorders that he might have.
Yeah, I know. You were just focusing on Julie Jensen. You indicated on direct that it's important to put ourselves in the shoes of Julie Jensen.
Yes.
Do you think that that's what you did in this case?
Yes.
So you think that because she didn't take up the offer of Laura Koster that she could go somewhere, or she didn't take up the offer of Teresa DeFazio to go to Women's and Children's Horizons, and she didn't take up the offer of Ted Voigt to go off somewhere, that reflected that, well, what did that reflect in your eyes, putting yourself in Julie Jensen's shoes? What did that mean to you?
I think that's evidence of her distorted perception of reality.
What if well, you are aware that Julie Jensen told Ted Voigt that she wasn't sure if her husband was actually trying to kill her or actually leaving these things around the house for her to find so that she would think he was trying to kill her, and then she would do something stupid, and then he'd take the kids away from her. You are aware that that's the conversation that Julie Jensen had with Ted Voigt, right?
I know that she was fearful of losing her children.
Because her husband would make her do something that would make her look crazy, and then she'd lose her children, right?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Well, Julie Jensen was talking to Ted Voigt, and she told Ted Voigt what her husband was doing, that he's trying to get her to drink things, and she wouldn't drink things or eat things because she thought he was trying to poison her. You remember that, correct?
Yes.
Then she also said, but I'm not sure. Is he trying to kill me, or is he just trying to make me crazy, do something crazy so that I will call the police and then I'll be the one that looks crazy because they'll get rid of all the evidence. Did you understand? Do you remember that she said that to Ted Voigt?
Yes, I recall her expressing concern about the potential of being harmed and some confusion about what was happening at home.
Now, you say she should have taken advantage of these offers. You know, she did call the police, right? She called the police.
She did.
And the police came out, and she gave them the film that she had taken. Back then it was 35 millimeter camera, so she gave them the rolls of 35 millimeter film. You're aware of that, right?
Yes, I'm also aware that she didn't show them any physical evidence.
You don't think that photographs are physical evidence?
They were at the house. She did not show them the things that she had taken photographs of.
Yeah, all she did was hand them the film, correct?
Correct.
And then the police developed the film, correct?
I assume so.
And they gave her the photographs. I mean, she showed one of the photographs that they finished. They gave back to her. She showed that to Laura Coster, didn't she?
Yes, I will assume so.
She showed Laura Coster the photograph of the Post-it note that was on Mark Jensen's day planner, correct?
Yes.
And there's no question that Mark Jensen wrote that Post-it note, is there, in your mind?
No, I assume that he did.
And when the police recovered the day planner on December 3rd, the Post-it note was gone. You aware of that?
No.
Well, hypothetically, why don't you accept the proposition that the Post-it note was gone when the police recovered his day planner on December 3rd, 1998? So that would indicate that somebody got rid of the Post-it note, right?
Yes.
So the evidence that was left out, made possibly for her to see, she saw it, and then he got rid of it. Somebody got rid of it. Either Mark Jensen got rid of it or Julie Jensen got rid of it, correct?
It was no longer there, yes.
So maybe Julie Jensen might have had, putting yourself in her shoes, maybe she might have had a reason to think that her husband was trying to make her look crazy so that she'd report him to the police, and then the police would come in, they'd look at the day planner and say, Julie, there's no Post-it note here. We don't know what you're talking about. Maybe Julie had good reason to believe that Mark Jensen was doing things to make her either look crazy or be crazy, correct?
I suppose in a hypothetical scenario, yes, that is possible.
And hypothetically, I mean, you've heard of the movie Gaslight, right? I mean, if you're a forensic psychiatrist, you must have seen the movie Gaslight.
I have not.
Really? I highly recommend it to you. But let's assume hypothetically that Gaslight was about a husband who wanted to drive his wife crazy, so he was doing things around the house to make her think things were happening that were not actually happening. He was doing them. That's called gaslighting, right?
I'm familiar with that term, yes.
Yes. And so if for 7 years Mark Jensen was gaslighting Julie Jensen, trying to make her believe that Perry Tarica was making all these hang-up phone calls and leaving these penis photos around the house, if Julie had come to suspect that was the case, then she would have a further reason to believe that Mark Jensen might be trying to make her crazy or make her look crazy, right?
If there's enough evidence to suggest that Mr. Jensen was doing those things, yes, I think gaslighting is a particular form of challenging someone's mental status.
So if, in fact, that was happening, then once again, to get back to Julie Jensen's alleged distorted perception of reality, her perception in that regard wouldn't be distorted, would it? She'd actually have good reason to believe that her husband might be trying to make her look crazy, wouldn't she?
Could you repeat the question?
If, in fact, Mark Jensen had engaged in a years-long campaign of harassment and demeaning of Julie Jensen and tried to make her believe that it was Perry Tarica that was doing that, if, in fact, he'd done that, and then also she'd been told that by the police that it was Mark Jensen was doing it, then on December 3rd, 1998, December 2nd, 1998, and December 1st, 1998, the last days of her life, Julie Jensen would have pretty good reason to believe that her husband might be trying to make her look crazy or might be trying to kill her, right?
So I'm hearing multiple hypotheticals.
Well, let's start with one. Hypothetically, let's assume that Julie Jensen had reason to believe that Mark Jensen was the one who'd been gaslighting her for the preceding 7 years. Do you accept that there was information that Julie could reasonably infer that Mark Jensen was the one that was doing that? Do you accept that proposition?
I don't know who did it.
I know, but if Julie Jensen had been told by police officers and a private investigator that it wasn't Perry Tarica, that it was her husband, then she would have reason to suspect that Mark Jensen was the person that was doing it, correct?
Yes, I think she had reason to suspect.
And so she'd also have reason to suspect that either he might be trying to kill her or he might be trying to make it look like he's doing that so that he could induce her to take some drastic step that then he could use against her and take her children away. She might have reason to suspect that, right?
Based on what?
Based on the fact that she'd found a Post-it note on his day planner with this list of things on it. Well, did you see that list of things? I mean, it included aspirin and Nicotrol and Librium and razor blades and bag hands, a variety of just notes that didn't make a lot of sense to the police at the time. So if she saw that note and she photographed it and then later the note was gone, it was missing, might she have reason to believe that Mark Jensen was just trying to set her up?
I think that would be a logical leap that I would not make.
Well, are you aware that Mark Jensen had specifically told Julie that if she ever divorced him, he'd take the kids? Were you aware of that?
Not specifically, but that seems like a comment that's pretty prevalent in divorce scenarios.
So, and you are aware that according to everybody who saw Julie, whether it's Paul DeFazio or Dr. Borman or Therese DeFazio or all of the neighbors, everybody said that Julie's boys were everything to her, right?
Yes.
So taking away her boys would be, the threat of taking away her boys would be terrifying to Julie, wouldn't it?
Yes, but for people with good ego strength, divorce happens and people co-parent. So I don't think that is, while a threat, I don't think it is tantamount to something that is out of the ordinary in terms of couples who get divorced.
For persons, you think Julie had, do you have any reason to believe that Julie had good ego strength at the time that Mark Jensen was engaging this pattern of behavior against her?
I think that she suffered significantly with symptoms of depression. Well,
I know, it seems like it's kind of a circular reasoning here to me, and correct me if I'm wrong. You diagnosed major depressive disorder because her perception of reality was distorted, and yet there's pretty clear evidence that her perception of reality was not distorted, that she saw what was going on around her and she was concerned and terrified by it.
Again, I will recharacterize the diagnosis of major depression based on the criteria, SIG-ECAPS, that we discussed. I think one of the byproducts of her major depressive disorder was difficulty perceiving reality.
So we'll go back to SIG-ECAPS again, sleep. The only person who talked about Julie having any sleep problems was Mark Jensen. Isn't that true?
Yes, he was attempting to get a medication to alleviate her difficulty with sleep.
Oh, or he was getting medication to cause her to sleep so she'd sleep through the symptoms of his poisoning of her. That's another option, right?
I suppose that would be an option.
Yeah, but you didn't express that option. You expressed the option that he was concerned about her well-being.
Again, I offer opinions with reasonable medical certainty, which is more likely than not. More likely than not, it is my opinion that he called for sleep medications in a woman who had been to see the doctor the day before and was diagnosed as being depressed.
But the day before, Dr. Borman had not made any notes whatever of any sleep problems, correct?
Yes.
And do you suppose that when Dr. Borman gave that prescription to Mark Jensen, he said, now, as soon as you get home, give her a dose of Ambien. And then tonight, give her another dose of Ambien. And then first thing in the morning, give her another dose of Ambien. Do you suppose that's the way that Dr. Borman suggested that Mark Jensen should handle this Ambien?
I don't know.
Well, you prescribed Ambien, don't you?
Typically not.
You don't prescribe Ambien?
Not
Why
generally, no.
Why not?
It's a controlled substance.
And you don't like giving people Ambien?
I tend not to prescribe it because I think there are more appropriate options for sleep.
So, and it's a controlled substance and it can have untoward consequences, correct?
It is psychoactive. That's the reason that it's a controlled substance.
But if you were to prescribe it to well, first of all, would you give a prescription to a husband who was coming in on behalf of his wife? Or would you expect to talk to the wife first?
I think we practice a bit differently now. I would ensure that I had a release of information prior to communicating with any family member who was calling directly about a patient.
And if a family member was calling about, if, for example, a husband came in to see the doctor about his wife, would you prescribe Ambien to your patient, the wife, just based upon the representations that the husband made?
I wouldn't prescribe Ambien at all based on my own personal practice.
Well, would you prescribe any prescribed medication at all, to give any prescribed medication at all for a patient just based upon what the husband said without first talking to the patient?
If that individual was their guardian, I would, yes, because they would be the one to provide consent.
If the man was the guardian, well, was Mark Jensen Julie Jensen's guardian on December 2nd, 1998?
Not to my knowledge.
So Julie was not in need of a guardian on December 2nd, 1998, was she? So I'll just ask this hypothetical question one more time. If a man came into your practice the day after you'd just seen his wife and asked for some prescribed medication for her, would you prescribe that medication for her just based on the man's representation without first talking to the wife?
In 2023, I would not. I was not practicing in 1998.
But you're happy to diagnose her based upon Mr. Jensen's representations to you?
No.
So you base your diagnosis not just on what Mark Jensen said, or even not on what Mark Jensen said at all, correct?
I based my diagnosis on other sources.
Such as Ted Voigt?
Yes, the information that he provided did weigh into my opinion about her suicide risk. I don't believe I specifically used information from Ted Voigt regarding diagnostic criteria.
Well, what information did you rely upon for diagnostic criteria?
Namely, Dr. Borman's information, as he is the medical provider that saw her most proximal to the time of her death.
So Dr. Borman is principally the reason that you've come to this conclusion that Julie suffered from major depressive disorder?
Yes.
And yet you didn't even properly or accurately consider Dr. Borman's testimony, did you? Because on the sleep thing, you indicated that it came from Dr. Borman. It didn't come, or Julie Jensen. It didn't come from either one of them. It came from Mark Jensen, and only Mark Jensen. Isn't that true?
No.
Where else did it come from?
Dr. Borman.
Dr. Borman's notes indicate, Dr. Borman indicated that Julie Jensen had said that she suffered from a sleep disorder?
Dr. Borman indicated in his notes that she had a sleep disorder for which he prescribed medications.
No, he did not say that. He did not, he indicated, actually, that's absolutely inconsistent with what Dr. Borman just testified to in this courtroom. What he said in this courtroom was that he did not make note of any sleep problems at all with Julie Jensen on December 1st when he saw her.
I'm not talking about December 1st.
You're talking about December 2nd.
Yes, he
And
indicated that she had sleep problems for which he prescribed a medication.
But that information came exclusively from Mark Jensen, correct?
Yes, but he documented it in his note, suggesting
Oh.
that he accepted and believed it.
So because Dr. Borman wrote down in his notes that Julie Jensen had a sleep problem, that's something you can rely upon, even though all of the information came from the accused murderer in this case.
I assume that Dr. Borman used the information that Mr. Jensen provided in combination with his interview from her the day prior in which he thought she was depressed, and as trouble with sleeping is one of the symptoms of depression, it made sense to him that she would have a sleep disorder to the point where he actually prescribed a medication to treat that sleeping disorder.
Doctor, you just made all that up, didn't you? You just made all that stuff up. Dr. Borman didn't testify about that.
Objection, argument.
Sustained. Ask it a different way, Mr.
Well, you know,
Chair.
Dr. West, Dr. Borman testified in this courtroom. The jury heard him testify. He never said anything about Julie having any sleep problems on December 1st. Now, will you acknowledge that there's nothing in Dr. Borman's notes reflecting that Julie Jensen told him anything about any sleep problems on December 1st?
Yes.
Okay. So then on December 2nd, the only information that Dr. Borman had about sleep problems came from Mark Jensen. You will acknowledge that, correct?
No.
Well, what other information did Dr. Borman have at the time that Mark Jensen came in and indicated that Julie was having trouble sleeping? What other information did Dr. Borman have that Julie Jensen was having trouble sleeping besides what Mark Jensen told him?
Dr. Borman had seen her the day prior. He had felt that she was depressed. Sleep being an issue in depression would have been consistent with Mr. Jensen's report that she wasn't sleeping. So I would offer to you that he relied on his medical knowledge and skill set in order to combine the information from his evaluation of her on the first and a piece of information that Mark Jensen gave him on the second to offer a prescription medication to treat a symptom that would have been consistent with major depressive disorder.
Now, Doctor, you indicated that defense counsel asked you on direct how much, she asked you if you're getting paid, and you said yes. How much have you been paid so far, and how much are you intending to bill for the rest of your participation in this case?
I believe the initial bill from 2017 was approximately $10,000, which included travel, time spent with Mr. Jensen, extensive record review of transcripts, and then regarding this matter, I have not submitted a bill yet.
How much are you charging per hour?
$400 an hour.
And do you charge a flat rate for having to come here?
No.
So you didn't charge them for traveling to and from? Well, I'm talking the $400 an hour. Does it start the minute you get on the witness stand, or does it start the minute you got to the hotel room? When did you start? How many hours are you going to bill them for today so far?
For today so far?
Yes.
I suppose I started at 8:30.
And how about yesterday? You're not billing them anything for yesterday?
That's a double negative? I'm sorry, could you rephrase the question?
I said you're not charging them anything for yesterday. I don't think that's a double negative, is it? No. You didn't charge them anything for yesterday? I didn't say you didn't charge them nothing for yesterday. That would be a double negative. I asked you, you didn't charge them anything for yesterday? That's not a double negative. But did you charge them anything for yesterday, or are you planning to charge them anything for yesterday?
Yes.
How much are you charging them for yesterday?
I haven't calculated the hours yet.
Well, when did you start and when did you finish? I can do the calculation for you.
I would assume an hour and a half for travel and 2 hours for preparation for today.
So 3.5 hours yesterday, and then 2 hours, approximately 2 hours for today.
Is that a question?
Yes, yes, that's a question.
Yes.
So you indicated that there was suicidality was present here, correct?
Yes.
And Julie Jensen told a number of different people she would never commit suicide, correct, because of her boys?
My apologies. Let me rephrase that. I indicated that she was at high risk for suicide.
But the last S in SIGI caps is suicidality, correct?
Yes, and I believe that I made the caveat that that is something that that's up for debate. That's the question that we're looking at here.
So Julie Jensen did tell a number of different people that she would never commit suicide, correct?
Yes, I believe that to be true.
But nonetheless, you thought she was at high risk for suicide.
Yes.
But if she'd told people that she was considering suicide, you'd also consider her at risk for suicide.
Yes.
So if she said she's not suicidal, or if she says she is suicidal, either way, she's suicidal.
Yes, given the other risk factors.
So really, there's nothing Julie could have said that would have caused you to come to any other diagnosis other than major depressive disorder in this case?
That she could have said?
Yes.
Yes, I imagine there are a number of things she could have said that would lead her to not appear depressed if she were not depressed.
Well, you know, psychiatrists and other people, and they use this term depressed. I mean, what about just being really, really sad? Can people be really sad because of the situation that they find themselves in?
Yes.
So, for example, if a person just got a diagnosis for terminal cancer, you'd expect them to be very sad and distraught, correct?
Yes.
That doesn't mean they've been depressed. It just means they've got terrible news, and they're upset about it.
Correct.
And if somebody that you love or care about has died, then you expect them to be very sad about that, correct?
Potentially. I think everyone grieves in different ways.
And isn't that one of the things that the DSM-5 says, is that when you're looking, before you come to describe that as major depressive disorder, you're supposed to look at the things that could cause the person to naturally be sad?
I think those are important to take into account.
Well, that's what the DSM-5 says, isn't it?
I don't know what part of the DSM-5 you're referring to. It's a large book.
Well, it shouldn't surprise you to learn I was talking about the part that pertains to major depressive disorder. So on page 161, note, responses to a significant loss, e.g. bereavement, financial ruin, losses from a natural disaster, a serious medical issue or disability, or for that matter, your marriage falling apart, may include the feelings of intense sadness, rumination about the loss, insomnia, poor appetite, and weight loss. So the DSM-5 also indicates to you that before making a diagnosis of major depressive disorder, you should look at what's actually going on in the patient's life. Isn't that true?
Yes, I think all those factors are important to take into account.
So let's consider the factors that were going on in Julie Jensen's life in, say, from September 21st, 1998 through December 1st, 1998. The first time she saw Dr. Borman, well, the first time we're talking about here, September 21st, 98. And the second time, when she saw him on September 21st, 98, let's talk about the things that are going on in Julie Jensen's life. She had reason to suspect that her husband was having an affair, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, her husband was having an affair, correct?
Yes.
And she had reason to believe that if she divorced her husband, he would take the kids, correct?
Yes, I believe that was one of her concerns.
And she was a stay-at-home mom, so she didn't have any independent source of income, correct?
That is correct. She was not working at the time.
And she had reason to believe that her husband had subjected her to a years-long campaign of emotional distress and gaslighting behaviors, correct?
I don't necessarily agree with that characterization.
Well, you don't agree that on September 21st, 1998, a rational person in Julie Jensen's shoes, you don't agree that she would have a reason to believe that her husband may have been the person that was causing all these hang-up phone calls and these abusive emails?
No, I don't believe that has been determined who caused those.
Okay, let's assume hypothetically that in her long list of harassing behaviors, Julie Jensen had noted on an April 13th, 1998 email, she'd received an email as part of this pattern of abuse. Assume that hypothetically, will you please?
Okay.
And then assume hypothetically that we recovered that email, and it was from Turtle to Julie Jensen. Can you assume that hypothetically?
Yes.
And then assume hypothetically that attached that email from Turtle to Julie Jensen was a whole bunch of penis photos, erect penis photos, a whole bunch of offensive pornographic penis photos. Can you assume that hypothetically?
No, I don't necessarily know those were harassing or offensive. I don't know how she interpreted that email.
Well, let's say this. If we showed them to the jury, and we did, in fact, show them to the jury, and everybody would concede that they're abusive and offensive and pornographic photos, that wouldn't influence your judgment at this point?
I don't know that everyone conceded their abusive and pornographic photos. I think sometimes people who are married to one another exchange images between them. I don't think that that's terribly unusual behavior. I do not know how Ms. Jensen personally interpreted that.
Well, she did list it in the harassing behavior, so wouldn't that suggest that she viewed it as harassing behavior?
Perhaps.
Perhaps. Okay, so she's got a long list. She's got pages and pages and pages and pages of harassing behavior that she's kept in this journal. Will you accept that as a hypothetical proposition?
Was it titled harassing behavior?
Well, she was told by a police officer you should keep a record of all this harassing behavior. So then she started keeping the record. So now can you infer that, yes, this is harassing behavior that Julie Jensen was keeping track of?
It's my understanding they were unusual occurrences and circumstances that she kept track of.
And one of those occurrences was an email on April 13th, 1998. And she put it on her list, this list of harassing behaviors. So you're even now, you can't even accept the proposition that Julie Jensen viewed this email with all these penis photos on it. She viewed that as harassing behavior. You can't even accept that now?
I think it was an unusual circumstance. Again, I don't know how she responded to it emotionally.
We're going to take our morning break, folks. Good time to stop. All right, we're in recess 10 minutes.
Rise.
Back on the record on Mark Jensen, 2002 CF 314. The appearances are the same. The doctor is still under oath. She's on the stand. You can continue with your cross, Mr. Jamboyce. The jury's back.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. West, I'm going to show you something that's been marked as State's Exhibit 34. Have you ever seen that before?
No.
Please open it up. And the first thing that's in there is a bunch of letters from Ameritech about harassing phone calls and tap and traces and things of that sort, correct?
There are some letters from Wisconsin Bell, it appears.
And what do they pertain to?
I believe it looks like it refers to a trace on the phone.
Now, would you go to the first page of the actual this actual book, and then go down to the about 2/3 of the way down. There's a designation headed 4296. Do you see that? Where there's a reference to Detective Mickelson.
There are a number of items dated 4/2/96, and I do see a reference to Police Detective Paula Mickelson.
Could you please read that out loud to the jury?
4/2/96 a.m. called Kenosha Police Detective Paula Mickelson, 656-7328, and she suggested the following. 1, talk to a detective at Pleasant Prairie Police, not uniformed patrolman Mark Hunter or Paul Ratsberg. 694-7353. 2, keep a journal of everything that happens. We are accountable.
So that's where I want you to stop. So right there, Detective Mickelson apparently was advising Julie Jensen to keep a record of everything, correct?
Yes.
Now, would you please turn to page 46 of that journal?
Okay.
And what's the first entry on the top of page 46?
1998 new tactics, live on internet, calls to Mark's OFC office, asking if he's watching it and when to tune in.
Now, please go down to 4/13/98. And what does it indicate there for 4/13/98?
Email.
So Julie Jensen's indicating in this, will you now acknowledge that she was keeping a list of harassment that was being directed against her upon the instruction of Detective Paula Mickelson from the Kenosha Police Department?
I don't see the word harassment in here.
Okay. I guess what we'll do is pull up this, you've got on your screen there, pull up the first, 4/2/98. Or not, yeah. Put on page 1. What page is it? Turn to page 33, please. And that's entitled, at the top of that, it's in box letters, it says partial review of past, correct?
Yes.
And go to page 34. And then what's listed on all these pages, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 45, 46. What's listed on each and every one of those pages is a series of actions that apparently were directed against Julie Jensen. Isn't that true?
No, I don't believe there's any indication that they were directed specifically against her.
Well, she's the one that was making the notes, correct?
Yes.
And she recorded hang-up phone calls, correct?
Yes, but I understand that to be a home phone.
Yes, a home phone, yes. And she was recording penis photos or photos being left around the house, correct? Or at Mark's place of business, correct?
I understand she did that, and I have not seen a specific reference to that, but I do believe that to be true.
And then when you go to page 36, or I'm sorry, page 40, was it page 46? Page 46 at the top, she indicates a new tactic, correct?
Yes.
And then on April 13th, 98, she indicates email, correct?
Yes.
Now, from all of this, you can't surmise that Julie Jensen was the victim, the subject of a pattern of harassment and humiliation directed against her?
No, I don't see any reference to humiliation.
Okay. Now, I'm going to actually show you the email that Julie Jensen received on April 13th, 1998. So could you put it up on the screen, please? This has already been received into evidence. This is an email that was shown to Julie Jensen on April 13th, 1998, according to her own notes. And can you read what it says?
Maybe. That's better. Here's a few for Jay of me soft. Also a shot I took without her knowing it of a married girl in the office I'm currently doing at a nearby hotel.
And that is from whom?
Turtle.
To whom?
Mark Jensen.
And the subject?
Me soft.
Now, I'm going to show you, and the jury, I'm going to show you these the photos that were attached to this email. So these are the photos that were apparently attached, well, that they were attached to this email that you just seen from Turtle to Mark Jensen. You can take the photos down now. So that those are pornographic photos?
Yes, they depict naked men, it appears.
And it appears as though it came from Turtle to Mark Jensen, correct?
That is what it said.
So you could see why Julie Jensen would think that these are harassing emails being sent to Mark Jensen for him to show to her, right?
I don't know what she thought they were. There's no indication of that.
Okay, now I'm going to show you another email that appears to be from Turtle to Mark Jensen. So direct your attention to the screen. Can you see what that says? Can you blow it up?
This is the same email?
Yes, the same email, but now can you see who Turtle actually is?
From Turtle M. Jensen at execpc.com.
So M. Jensen at execpc.com. Do you have any professional opinion as to who that may be?
No, I don't have a professional opinion on who that
Do you have any opinion, any idea, any inference, any possible way, considering that we're here in the trial of State of Wisconsin versus Mark Jensen? Now maybe can you think who could M. Jensen at execpc.com, who could that possibly be?
I don't know.
You wouldn't surmise it might be Mark Jensen? Might be Michael Jensen?
I don't know.
Matthew Jensen? But you couldn't exclude the possibility that since Mark Jensen's email address is mjensen at execpc.com, might you surmise that that is Mark Jensen?
Again, I don't know.
Well, if I showed you an email from Mark Jensen to Kelly Labonte that is from M. Jensen at execpc, might that give you further indication of who M. Jensen at execpc might be?
Perhaps, but
Okay,
I'm
well-
not a computer expert, so I don't understand how emails are generated or how emails are cloned, so I can't speak to that.
I'll just show you the email and see what inferences you can draw from that. So again, directing your attention to the screen. So it's from Mark Jensen, mailed to mjensen@execpc.com, and then sent, and then it was to Labonte K at Stifel Nicholas. So does that maybe cause you to possibly consider the idea that mjensen@execpc.com is actually the one and only Mark Jensen?
Again, I don't know.
Okay, no further nothing further on this.
We're done with the cross?
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Any redirect?
Just one.
Just, all right. We heard that one question.
I have two questions.
All right. Now we got two.
Is there, Dr. West, is there any information you reviewed that suggested that Julie Jensen believed her husband was the cause of the photos and hang-up calls and emails?
No.
And based on everything you've been asked, do you have an opinion as to Julie Jensen's risk for suicide?
I do. And based on all the information available that I reviewed, my opinion remains unchanged that at the time of her death, Ms. Jensen was at high risk for suicide.
No further questions.
Anything on that, Mr. Jambos?
So you are aware that Julie Jensen had been told by two different police officers and a private investigator that Mark Jensen was the one leaving these photos around the house and doing the hang-up calls. You are aware of that, correct?
I don't have any indication of that.
Oh, well, assuming hypothetically that Julie Jensen had been told by both Ron Cosman and Paul Ratzberg and a private investigator by the name of Dave Ellis, that it was Mark Jensen that was doing this to her, not Perry Tarica, would she then, in your estimation, have a reasonable basis for believing that Mark Jensen was engaging in this harassing behavior?
I don't see any evidence of that.
Even today, you don't see any evidence of that. Mine. No further questions.
All right. You're excused. Thank you.
We'll move exhibits 121 and 122 into evidence.
They will be received. Who's our next witness?
It's David Jensen, and I want to see if he's in the hallway.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Remain standing, raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony in this matter to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. All right, try to get as close as you can to the microphone. Try to speak loudly. First of all, spell your first and last name for the reporter.
David Jensen,
Spell your first and last name.
Davidjensen.
All right, who's doing the direct? Go ahead, Ms. Krause.
And David, I'm going to ask you to speak directly into the microphone so that the jurors can hear you, okay?
Sorry.
That's okay. David, can you tell us who your parents are?
Mark Jensen and Julie Jensen.
And how old were you when Julie Jensen passed away?
I was 8 years old.
I want to take you to December 3rd, 1998, okay? At some point, did you arrive to your house from school?
What day? December 3rd was what day of the week?
The day your mom passed away, that Thursday.
Sorry. Yes, we came home directly from school. I was picked up.
And after coming home directly from school, where did you go?
We came inside, and Doug and I went to the living room.
And when you say we, who was with you?
My dad. It was my dad, my brother, Douglas, and I.
And after you and Douglas went into the living room, do you know where your dad went?
Yeah, he told us to wait in the living room while he went down the hallway to the bedroom to check on our mom.
At some point, did your dad come back down that hallway?
Yeah, I don't remember how long exactly it was, but he came out crying not terribly long after he went down.
So after he was in your parents' bedroom, he came back down that hallway?
Yes.
And what did you see?
He was sobbing and told us to stay there, told me to put on a movie for Doug, went to the telephone, and then returned down the hallway. We just stayed in the living room.
We're going to come back to that day, but I want to hear a little bit about what you've been doing since you were 8 years old. Okay? Did you graduate high school?
Yes, from Bradford.
And that was in Kenosha?
Yes,
What year did you graduate high school?
2008.
After high school, did you go to college?
UW Parkside. I graduated in 2012.
And what did you graduate with for a degree?
Bachelor of Science in Biology.
After graduating from UW Parkside, did you continue your education?
Yes, I worked for a year as a lab technician and then enrolled as a graduate student at the Medical College of Wisconsin.
That 1 year you worked as a lab technician, where was that?
That was also at the Medical College of Wisconsin.
So after that year, you enrolled as a graduate student?
Yes.
And that was also at the Medical College of Wisconsin?
Yes.
And what were you working towards?
I was working on my PhD,
Your PhD in what?
physiology and biomedical science.
What does physiology and biomedical science mean?
So I was in particular working on vascular dysfunction and hypertension and diabetes with a focus on translational research from bringing basic research to the clinic.
At some point, did you get your doctorate?
Yes, I graduated or defended my thesis in 2020.
When you say defended your thesis, that means like you had to give your thesis to a group of individuals and then defend the premise.
Yes, so I wrote, all my original research was written up into like a 300-page monstrosity, and then I go in front of the entire department, give a big presentation, and then my committee decides whether my contribution has been enough to warrant the degree, and so, yeah, graduated.
Was it enough to warrant your degree?
Yes.
And when did you get that?
That was in 2020.
After getting your degree, did you then go and start working?
I defended my thesis. It was the initial week of COVID lockdown. It was mine was the first virtual defense at my institution. So due to hiring freezes and stuff, I worked as a postdoctoral fellow at the medical college for a couple years, and I'm now employed by a company called Ashfield as a medical writer.
And what does a medical writer do?
So we're hired by pharmaceutical companies. I write manuscripts, Congress presentations, and educational materials based on the results of clinical trials.
And you've been doing that since 2022?
Yeah, 2022, January, I started there.
Now, I want to go back to your childhood before you were 8 years old and ask you if you remember time that you spent with your mom.
Any time in particular, or
Just any specific things you remember doing with your mom prior to her passing.
Yeah, so we spent a lot of time at this little plastic table just off the kitchen. This was our arts and crafts table. During the summer, we were absolute fish. We were in the pool just constantly.
And when you say we, who was in the pool constantly?
Doug and I. Doug with his little floaties, and Drake was over. Our cousin Drake was over often in the summers as well. So he and I were closer in age, so we would be swimming a ton.
Was your mom in the pool with you, if you remember?
I don't particularly remember her being in the pool with us, just kind of watching us from the deck.
Absolutely. And you said your younger brother was in the pool.
Occasionally, as he was able.
What other things do you remember doing with your mom?
I mean, she also volunteered at my school, so whenever we had a field trip, she also came along. So always saw her there too.
Did your family do anything as a family?
Yeah, I mean, all four of us would play in the pool on the weekends, and we frequently went fishing as well on Lake Michigan or occasionally Lake Geneva.
Now, I want to talk to you about some of the activities you did with your dad prior to your mom passing. Do you remember specific things that you did with your dad?
Frequent fishing trips, sometimes all four of us, sometimes just the two of us, or just him and me. A lot of just roughhousing and wrestling on the carpet. Yeah.
When you mentioned fishing trips, sometimes just you and your dad, sometimes all four, do you remember where you went?
Yeah. We would do an annual trip down to Big Cedar Lodge in Missouri. It was just a fishing resort on a chain of lakes. And more often, Lake Michigan, we would go just outside the harbor up by the lighthouse and the breakwater and go perch fishing there.
Being avid fishermen, did you guys have your own poles?
Yes. Yeah.
And did you ever make your own poles?
Thank you. My dad would buy like the blanks and then do the wrapping and building. So I'd help him with that out in the garage. We had one that we'd built for myself that I was particularly fond of.
Marked as Exhibit 123, 124, and 125, and ask you if you recognize these pictures.
Sorry, I have a frog in my throat. Yes, I do recognize these. This is the base of the rod that we built for me.
How do you know it's the base of the rod that you built for you in 123?
In 123.
Oh, is that what exhibit do you have in front of you, David?
123. It's painted Dave and Dad on it, and also I was very adamant. 6-year-old David was very adamant about including Power Ranger stickers, which I can also see in the picture.
And is there a picture of the handle of that fishing rod?
Just of the base of the rod.
And then, did you and your dad make anyone else a fishing pole?
Yes, we also made one for my mom.
Before I go to the one that you made for your mom, I want to just ask you a couple of questions, but I need to see the pictures. On exhibit 125, can you tell the date of the fishing pole?
It's marked May of 1996.
And is that when you remember making a fishing pole? I think you said 6-year-old David wanted Power Rangers.
Yeah, I was quite young at the time, but I remember picking out the stickers and trying to figure out which ones would actually fit on the rod and doing that out in the garage.
And exhibit 123 and 124 are just of the base of the fishing pole with the Power Ranger stickers?
Yes, correct. It's marked Dave and Dad as well.
Now, I was just asking you if you had made a fishing pole for anyone else, and what was your answer?
We also made one specifically for my mom.
marked as Exhibit 128 and ask you if you know what that is a picture of.
This looks like one of the rods that we built. Most of them had the cork handle.
Did yours have a cork handle?
No, mine had a metal and foam handle.
And what was so special about that handle to you, the metal and foam handle?
I picked it because it looked like a lightsaber.
Right. Which would be consistent with 6-year-old David.
Yes.
And so Exhibit 128, you recognize that as a fishing pole consistent with what you had made in the past with your dad?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 126. Are you able to tell from Exhibit 126 on who that fishing pole was made for? Or is that just another picture of the pole?
No, this one is marked My 3Ds, which is what my mom called us collectively, Dad, David, and Douglas.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 127. Is this a close-up of the kind of the base of the pole?
Yes.
And what does it say on there?
It's the My 3Ds and then Christmas 98.
And I'm going to show you Exhibit 129, which I think is a clearer picture.
Yes, the same pole, just a little more in focus. But yes, My 3Ds and then Christmas 98.
Consistent with the picture 128 that I showed you?
Yes.
And this was consistent with one of the pictures I showed you, Exhibit 127?
Yes.
And on this picture, you can see the My 3Ds at the top,
Yes.
and then it says Christmas 98.
Yes.
And that's consistent with Exhibit 129 that I showed you?
Yes.
David, why does it say Christmas 98, if you remember?
We were making it as a Christmas gift.
And how do you remember when you made this fishing pole?
Not exactly. It would have been sometime in the winter months. The garage was heated, but it still was chilly enough to need a jacket.
And do you remember it being chilly enough that you needed a jacket?
Yes.
And who did you make this fishing pole with for Christmas?
My dad and I.
Did Douglas help?
I don't recall him helping. He was very young at the time.
And did you help with any part of making this fishing pole?
As much as I could. As a kid, I think I was there more just to provide excitement.
Did your family have a home computer?
Yes, we had one in the den.
And do you remember when you got that home computer? I'm not asking the specific date or time, just like generally, do you remember getting it?
Yes. When we got it, we also bought a table to be the desk for it, which I took upon myself to try to assemble, and my parents unpacked the box, and I came and found me doing the bolts in. I liked putting things together, so just thought it was a big Lego set, essentially.
And did you ever use that computer?
Yes. There was a painting program that I was particularly fond of, that I remember playing with it on.
Do you remember anyone else using the home computer?
Intermittently in the evening, we'd occasionally hang out in the den. My parents taught me to play chess in there, and I'd occasionally see my dad and my mom using it on occasion, but nothing in particular stands out about it.
Do you specifically remember seeing your dad on the computer?
Yes.
And do you specifically remember seeing your mom on the computer?
Yes.
And you said, when was that you would typically see them?
In the evenings is when I remember seeing them on it.
Can you tell us what they were doing on the computer?
I couldn't tell you specifics.
At the time, at any time did your childhood, do you remember your mom being upset or exhibiting any unusual behavior?
I mean, upset a few times, but once I went to the neighbor, asked to go out and play, and went to the neighbors across the street and the neighbors next door, and parents couldn't find me, so they were understandably upset.
Absolutely.
But there was one instance where she did get upset that I didn't. It stuck with me because I didn't understand why she was upset or what we'd done wrong.
What was that?
One summer, we were watching my cousin Drake during the day that summer, and I don't recall how we exactly got onto this, but we were playing with Hot Wheels tracks and taking them apart and sticking them in the waistbands of our pants, and I remember her just screaming at us in the bathroom and washing our mouth out with soap and putting us in a timeout. And I didn't understand why what we'd done wrong to warrant that reaction.
It'd be fair, though, that wasn't like a typical memory of yours that you were always getting yelled at or grounded.
Oh, no.
This is just one instance that you remember.
Yes.
And I think you said you remembered it because it just kind of stands out at you because you didn't understand why you got in trouble.
Yeah, yes.
Is there any other time that you remember your mom being upset and maybe you didn't understand why? That was the big one that stood out to me. That you remember?
Yeah.
Do you ever remember a time where Drake would have rubbed feces on the wall?
I'm objecting to leading.
Sustained.
Do
It's
you
a pretty leading question.
Do you have any memory of you and Drake spreading anything on the wall?
I'm objecting again. This is still leading.
We'll allow that one.
No, I don't remember ever spreading things on the wall.
I want to talk to you a little bit about just day-to-day things in your household. Who did the cooking?
My mom did most of the cooking.
And how do you remember that?
I just occasionally vague memories of her cooking. I remember my dad would grill. I'd help him with that sometimes. But my mom did most of the cooking, and in one instance when she cut herself with a kitchen knife just stood out to me. So, but yeah, she was the primary cook, I think.
You had an uncle who lived not too far away, I think Paul Griffin?
Yes. He was also in Kenosha, so not too far away.
Do you remember spending time with him?
Not very often. I remember we would there was one birthday party that we went to during the summer months over there, but we would they had they had two adopted kids, and my cousin Kim was close in age enough to me that just wanted to get together and play with her more, but didn't really get the opportunity. We tried to see them at Christmas, but we didn't actually get together all that often.
What was it specifically about Christmas that you remember?
Well, we would call them drive-by Christmases because we would try to get together and nothing would materialize, and eventually we'd just drive by their house and leave their presents on the front porch.
David, I want to take you back to December of 1998. And I want to specifically talk to you about December 2nd, which would have been the Wednesday before your mom passed away, okay? Do you remember how your mom was feeling that day?
She wasn't feeling well. She was in bed. Yeah.
And do you remember, you say she's not feeling well. Why did you think she wasn't feeling well?
I don't remember any specific symptoms on that day or anything. It was just she was in bed, which was unusual, and Mom and Dad told us she was sick. So,
do you remember if your mom gave you a note to give to Therese DeFazio?
No, I don't remember if she gave me a note.
Do you remember if you called Eric Shore that day to ask to go to his house?
No, I don't remember that.
Do you remember talking or going to his house after school? Not on that, not any specific date, but I do remember hanging out with him. We'd play The Sims and poke around on the piano. Yeah, he was like my best friend growing up, so we hung out frequently. You hung out frequently, but what you're saying is you don't specifically remember that day.
Yes, I don't remember any. Those are just collective memories with him. I don't remember that specific day.
When you got home on that specific day, do you remember seeing your mom?
Yes, she was in bed, and I wanted to make her mac and cheese since that's what I got when I wasn't feeling well. So I remember bringing her that and some water. But
you said you wanted to make her mac and cheese. Do you remember helping make the mac and cheese?
Not specifically making it. I remember that I had to be the one to proudly carry the bowl into the bedroom, but not specifically making it.
And I think you said that you also took her some water.
Yes.
When you were in the bedroom, or when you took this into the bedroom with your mom, do you remember talking to her?
No particular conversation, but she was up and interacting with us, and
so you remember talking, but not specifically what was said.
I couldn't quote, but just generally oh, thank you for the food, and telling her we loved her, and her responding to that.
Do you remember your mom volunteering in the classroom on Wednesdays with Miss DeFazio?
Yes, I remember. I remember seeing her in the classroom, but most of my specific memories are whenever there'd be a field trip. Those stand out a little bit more.
You remember your mom coming on field trips?
Yeah. Yes.
Do you remember any conversation with Miss DeFazio about your mom on December 2nd?
No, I don't remember talking to her about my mom.
I want to go back then to that, or go forward a day to that December 3rd day, the day your mom passed away. Did you see your mom that morning?
Yes, we went to go say goodbye to her before we left for school.
And where was she?
She was in bed.
And was she still sick?
Yes, her breathing was raspy that morning, but she still, gave us a hug, told us she loved us, and before we left.
You just said that her breathing was raspy. Was that different than what you had seen or heard on the night before December 2nd?
Yes, I don't remember her having the same breathing on the day prior.
So on December 3rd, you talked to your mom?
Yes, before we left for school. The only specific exchange that I remember in detail is just I love you, and then her responding I love you too.
Was she moving?
She didn't get out of bed, but she was. She turned to look at us. She gave us a hug. So she was moving around at least that much.
That morning, did you catch the school bus?
I usually took the bus. I don't recall that. I don't remember specifically that morning. It was just kind of part of my routine, so it doesn't really stand out.
Prior to leaving the house, did you have any conversation with your dad about how your mom was doing?
Yes, we talked about how we were going to come straight home after school. He was going to pick me up, we'll pick both of us up, and if she wasn't feeling better, we were going to take her straight to the doctor.
And that was prior to leaving for school?
Yes.
That day when in school, do you remember having any specific conversation with Eric Shore about your mom?
I don't remember. I'm sure I would have spoken to him, but I don't remember any specific conversation.
Do you remember specifically what you said to him about the conversation you had with your dad?
I don't remember exactly what I would have said to him.
At some point, you did come home from school, I think you testified to earlier.
Yes.
And what you just said was that your dad said that he was going to pick you and your brother up and then go home.
Yeah.
Is that what happened?
Yes, we got home, and we wanted to go see her, obviously, but he told us to wait in the living room so he could go check if she was asleep, or didn't want two kids just jumping on her.
And did you stay in the living room then?
Yes, we did.
And I think you
Douglas and I did.
And at some point, your dad came back out of the bedroom.
Yes.
And it was at that point that you saw him crying?
Yes.
After your dad came down the hallway, what did he say to you?
He told us to stay on the couch and asked me to put on a movie for Doug.
And did you do that?
Yes.
Where did your dad go?
He went towards the kitchen, where I heard him talking on the telephone.
After your dad was finished on the talking on the telephone, where did he go then?
He went back to the bedroom.
At some point, did police officers show up at your house?
Yes. Police officers, there's an ambulance outside too. There was one officer in particular that kind of hung out with Doug and I and showed us her baton and just kind of keeping us entertained and distracted.
When you were in with the officer who kept you distracted, do you know where your dad was?
We were in the living room and the foyer, but I don't remember him. I don't remember him being there with us. I think he was still down in the bedroom. But we never went down to the bedroom. So
At some point, did you leave your home?
Yes, we went and spent the night at my Aunt Laura's house.
Did you see your dad the next day?
Yeah. Yes, he came and saw us the next morning.
And what did he tell you at that point? Or whatever you remember from that point.
Yeah. He sat us down on his lap and told us she'd passed. I'd kind of already knew at that point, and I don't remember what specifically he said to me. I was kind of just numb, and he may as well have been talking to the wall. I was kind of just in a daze.
Did anyone else talk to you that day?
Yes, I remember my aunt and my grandparents both sitting down with us individually too, but it was kind of the same reaction. I was kind of just numb. I spent the entire time feeling guilty that I wasn't crying. But
did you go to your mom's visitation?
Yes, my dad, Doug, and I had we arrived first at the funeral home before anybody else was there, and we had a private time with her.
So you and your dad and Doug spent time alone with your mom without anyone else?
Yes.
David, when you saw your dad coming down that hallway, sobbing or crying, had you ever seen him that way before?
That was the first time I'd seen him cry.
I have no other questions. Thank you.
Who's doing the cross? Go ahead, Ms. McNeil.
So David, I'm going to show you, Madam Clerk, what number are we on for exhibits? What's the next number? Yes, so what would that number be? So these will be on State's Exhibit 130. And if we could just have the computer switched over to this one. So David, do you recognize who's in that picture?
Yes, that's myself, my mom, and
Little Douglas.
Douglas.
And then in this picture, do you recognize who's in it?
Yes, that's also my mom with me, and then Doug in the back seat.
And then the third one, do you recognize what this is?
Yeah, my 3Ds, Dad, David, and Doug, our custom license plate.
So you knew that was your mom's license plate?
Yeah, and I can remember that red car that it was attached to as well.
Now, do you have pictures of you and your mother?
I do, yes.
And did she often take pictures with you and Douglas?
Yeah, we took pictures frequently.
And you know, not just from the license plate, but you know that you and Douglas, you were everything to your mother, right?
Yes.
Now, after your mom's death, you grew up with your dad, right?
Yes.
And you lived with him in the same household until you were about 17, right?
In the same household. So we moved a few times.
So, I mean, but when you grew up, you were in a home with your dad?
Yes.
Until you were at least 17?
Yes.
And during that time, after your mom's death, your dad started dating Kelly Labonte?
At some point, I don't remember exactly when.
And you don't know when he actually started dating her, right?
No.
But you know that Kelly Labonte started coming to your house, right?
The only time I specifically remember her in, there's only one time I specifically remember her at the house on Lakeshore Drive.
The Pleasant Prairie house?
Yes.
And do you remember her being at your birthday party that January, 1999?
No, I don't remember. I don't remember much about that party.
And then the months after, you don't remember much about Kelly Labonte being at your house?
No, I don't.
But then you moved to a house in Kenosha?
Yes, on the north side. I remember her being there.
Okay, and that's where Kelly Labonte moved into the home?
Yes.
And I've been calling her Kelly Labonte, but she was Kelly Jensen to you, right?
Yes, and yes. Eventually started, calling her mom.
She married your father, correct?
Correct. Yes, sorry.
And so she changes her last name, so she's Kelly Jensen.
Yes.
And so basically, as soon as you moved into that house in Kenosha, until the time you were at least 17, you were living with your dad and with Kelly Jensen.
Yes.
And Douglas, of course, too.
Yes.
Now, Douglas, he's 5 years younger than you?
Correct, yes.
Okay, so you were born in January of 1990?
And he was born in March of 95.
Okay. Now, after your mother died, were you able to talk about her with people in your family?
Yes, remember talking with my grandparents about her, reminiscing, but
And you've talked about some memories. Can you tell us what is your best memory with your mother?
best memory. Eagle Tower up in Door County. We went up, we had family, extended family in Door County and Sister Bay, so we would vacation up there pretty frequently to go cross country skiing in the winter or biking in the fall. And there, at Peninsula State Park, there's an old fire watch tower, and just climbing that with her and looking out over the bay. I loved it up there with her.
And so your mom was really active?
Yes.
And you saw the picture with the bike. She would bike with you?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to ask you some questions about this very difficult time period when your mom passed away. But before we get to that, I want to ask you about the computer. Do you remember, like, the time of year when you got that computer that ended up in the den of your house?
I don't remember exactly when.
And you said you saw your mom on the computer?
Yes.
And do you have any idea what she was doing on the computer?
I don't.
So your mom actually wasn't very good with computers at all, right?
I couldn't say one way or the other.
So do you remember joking with your teacher, Ms. DeFazio, about how your mom really didn't know anything about computers?
I don't remember that.
And you had some interest in computers, right?
Yes, I liked playing on it.
So it was something that you would play on?
Yes.
And so did you joke with Ms. DeFazio that you had to show your mom what to do on the computer because you actually knew more than her?
No, I don't remember that.
And did you say anything to Ms. DeFazio about trying to teach your mom how to do things on the computer? No, I don't remember that. Okay, and so, for a lot of these questions, you might not remember, and then for some questions you might not know. So if you don't remember, just say I don't remember, and then if you don't know, say I don't know.
Okay.
Okay, and I'm just saying you that so I don't have to ask it after every single one.
Okay.
Okay, so I don't have to say, well, do you not remember or you don't know?
Okay.
Okay. All right, so I want to talk to you about the morning of December 2nd, so that would have been the day before your mother died. So that morning, your mom was supposed to go to Ms. DeFazio's class, right?
If it was a Wednesday, then yes.
Now, you say you don't remember giving Ms. DeFazio a note.
I don't.
But your mom was sick that morning, right?
Yes.
And Ms. DeFazio asked you about your mom being sick, right?
I don't know. I don't remember.
And you told Ms. DeFazio that your mom was coughing really bad, right?
I don't remember her coughing until the next day, but I don't remember or don't know about that conversation with Ms. DeFazio.
Okay, so you're not saying it didn't happen, you're saying you don't remember.
Correct. I have no recollection of it.
Now, that day, also, you ended up going to your friend Eric Shore's house after school?
On that Wednesday. I don't remember specifically on that day.
Okay, so again, it's not it didn't happen, it's I don't remember.
Correct.
And so if Ms. DeFazio says she got a note, and in that note it also said you were going to Eric's house after school, you just don't remember that?
Yeah, I correct. I have no recollection of it.
Now, you told your friend Eric Shore that your mom was really sick too, right?
I don't remember the specific conversation with him, but I'm sure I would have talked to him about it.
And in fact, when you told your friend this, you demonstrated to him how your mom was breathing. Do you remember doing that?
I don't remember doing that.
That is like deep and raspy breaths. Do you remember demonstrating that for your friend Eric Shore?
I remember witnessing the breathing on her, but I don't remember demonstrating it.
Now, again, a lot of these questions you're not going to remember. And actually, you've never testified before in this case at all?
No, this is my first time.
Okay, so you might have heard a lot of other people testified around 2008, but you didn't.
I did not know.
And you know your friend Eric Shore, he's actually testified now 3 times in connection with this case?
Okay. I knew he had testified. I didn't know how many times.
Including years ago when these events would have been closer in time?
I was aware he testified during the original.
So like in 2007 and then 2008, is
Yeah.
that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I was aware that he testified then.
So for you, it's tougher because you didn't testify in those times.
No, it's asked. I don't have any written record or anything of it.
Now, in terms of that day, December 2nd, again, you don't remember this, but you had that note to go to Eric Shore's house. And then after that, that was a Wednesday. Do you remember having karate on Wednesdays?
Yes, I remember having the karate class.
Now, do you actually have any memory of going to karate the day before your mom died?
Not of that week, no.
Okay. So if it was according to your normal schedule, you would have had that, but you just don't know if you went or not.
I don't remember, no.
But you do remember coming home and trying to help your mom by giving her mac and cheese?
Yes.
And your mom was in bed in the morning, right? That morning of December 2nd?
Yes.
And that wasn't usual for your mom, right?
Yeah, yes, usually she'd be up and helping us get ready for school.
Right.
So her still being in bed was unusual.
And then when you came home that night, your mom was still in bed, right?
Yes.
And do you remember trying to be extra quiet that night so your mom could rest?
I don't remember that specifically, but it would make sense.
And so I think you told us that what you remember about that night is just kind of hanging out with her in the bedroom.
I remember bringing the food to her. I don't remember if we spent an extended period of time, like watching TV or something in there. I don't remember that.
Do you have any idea during this time period what your bedtime was?
Oh, I remember it being 8:30 at one point because I would get upset during the summer because it would still be light outside, and I didn't want to go to bed when there was sunlight so I could play. I don't remember what it specifically was like during the school year for this particular time frame.
So do you think you would have been asleep on a school night around 9:30, 10?
Yeah, that sounds reasonable, but I can't remember specifically.
Okay. But fair to say, whenever you went to sleep, you certainly wouldn't know what was happening after that in your house.
No.
So now I want to take you to the morning of December 3rd. That morning, when you woke up that morning and you saw your mom, she was still in bed, right?
Yes.
And that morning when she was in bed, she was breathing really badly?
Yes, it was labored and raspy.
And in fact, that morning you were really worried about your mom, weren't you?
Yes, it was clear that she wasn't getting better.
You didn't want to go to school?
Didn't want to go to school. I don't remember if I specifically didn't want to go to school. I just remember being worried about her.
And you wanted your dad to take your mom to the hospital, right?
Yes. So we talked about how just when you're sick you rest, and if you're not getting better, then we go see the doctor. So the discussion was that if she wasn't feeling better when we got home, we'd take her to the hospital.
Okay, so in the months after your mom died, a detective ended up talking to you at the police station. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And when you talked to the detective about it, you told the detective that you asked your dad that morning if your mom needed to go to the hospital?
I don't remember any of the specific questions. I remember getting picked up from school and going to the police station and the interrogation room, which was full of Burger King bags. But I don't remember any of the specific discussions while I was there, so I couldn't say.
Okay. So again, you're not saying you didn't say this. You're just saying you don't remember. Right?
Correct. Yeah, I don't remember any specific discussion or questions during when I was there.
Okay. So you don't remember saying that, asking your dad if your mother needed to go to the hospital.
I don't.
And you don't remember your dad saying no.
I don't.
And you do remember, though, that your dad promised you that when you got home on the 3rd, if your mom wasn't better, that you would take her to the hospital, or he would.
Yes, we were going to come straight home from school and check on her.
Now, the morning of December 3rd, you never saw your mother get out of bed, right?
No, I didn't.
And in fact, that morning, your mom couldn't even speak, right?
No, I remember telling her I remember her telling us she loved us. So I think she was able to speak.
Didn't you tell your father, or remind your father in April of 1999 that your mom couldn't talk that morning?
I don't remember that.
I mean, you were so worried about her, you wanted her to go to the doctor, right?
Yes.
And your dad said no.
I don't remember that. I don't remember a specific no. It was just we were going to take her home, or take her after school if she wasn't feeling better.
Now, did you tell your friend Eric Shore that you wanted your mom to go to the hospital?
I don't remember the specific conversation with him that day, so I don't remember.
Did you tell Eric Shore that even though you wanted your mom to go to the hospital, your dad said no?
I don't remember.
Now, the afternoon of December 3rd, do you remember on Thursdays in that school year that you had a French club?
Oh. Yes, I do. I haven't thought about that in a very long time. Yes, I do remember. Yes, I remember I was part of that.
And you would agree you weren't at home for an hour or anything like that before the police and the ambulance got there, right?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question?
So when you got home on December 3rd, it was pretty quick that the police and the ambulance got there, right?
Yeah, I couldn't give you an exact time, but yes, I don't remember. I think it wasn't that long. It was pretty shortly after we got home.
So if we know that the police and the ambulance got there around 4:30 that afternoon, then you wouldn't have been home since like 3:30 or anything like that, right?
No, I don't think so.
Because actually, when you got home that day, you wanted to run to your mom, right?
Yes,
And
wanted
you
to go check on her.
Because if she wasn't better, she was going to go to the hospital.
Yes.
But your dad wouldn't let you run to your mom, right?
No, he told us to wait in the living room so he could check on her.
And did he actually tell you to take Douglas and take the dog out for a walk?
I don't remember that.
Okay. Do you remember ever saying that to your teacher, Ms. DeFazio, once you got back to school?
I don't.
So when you left for school on December 3rd that morning, you were afraid for your mom, right?
I was worried about her.
And you thought she should go to the hospital?
Yes, just that was kind of my young David's frame understanding of it was, when you're sick, you rest until you get better. If you don't get better, you go to the doctor.
Now, I have a few other questions about afterwards and then growing up in your dad's household. Your dad was pretty good with computers, right?
I'd say so. I mean, yes, he was proficient with them.
And would he tend to be more of a night owl on the computer?
Yeah, yes. I got that from him too. Bit of a night owl.
And your dad actually built a computer, right?
Oh, I don't remember that.
You don't recall that?
I don't know.
But you recall him being very good with computers?
I remember him using them frequently. When he started his construction business, he designed his own logo and did all that by himself on the computer. So, yeah.
Now, do you remember a time period after your mom's death when you no longer saw her side of the family?
I mean, we didn't see them frequently beforehand, but it really fell off after she passed. We tried for a few Christmases after to try to get together with them, but I didn't see them very often.
And before that, you'd see him for birthday parties?
The one birthday party I remember kind of stands out because it was an outlier. I don't remember seeing them very often.
You remember your cousin Kim?
Yes.
And she was around your age?
A little bit younger.
Do you have like any keepsakes from your mom?
I have a lot of the photographs. Those are the main thing that I'll go through occasionally.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
All right, are we going to have any redirect?
Not from us. Thank you, Mr. Jensen.
Thank you. You're excused. Thank you. When we come back after lunch, does the defense have another witness?
I think we have to talk, but maybe not.
All right.
And Judge, can I move in the exhibits?
All right,
that we
move
have?
them in.
123, 124, 125, 126, 127, 129. I don't see a 128. Oh, 128, yes, I see it now. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You want to move in anything, Ms. McNeil?
Yeah, so the photos I showed will be on 130, and so I would move that in.
Okay, you folks come back at 1:30, don't talk about the case. We're going to be here at 1:50. Okay, well, that might cause a problem. 1:15, folks, sorry. I just took 15 minutes away from you. All right, the jury's outside of the courtroom. I take it, Ms. Krause, we're going to ask Mr. Jensen if he wishes to testify.
That's correct, Judge. We've had the conversation, but we just want to have the final conversation so the court can have the colloquy.
So we're ready to do a colloquy when we come back after lunch?
That's our hope. We just
Thank
need
you.
a few minutes with him, and we're trying to figure out how we can get that.
Okay. Thank you. Mark Jensen, 2002 CF 314. The appearances are the same. The jury is not in the courtroom. Prior to taking our lunch break, the issue was brought up of whether the defendant was going to testify or not. I'll ask Attorney Krause, this is the appropriate time in the trial for that decision to be made, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And is the defendant ready to answer the questions I'm going to ask him?
He is.
All right. Mr. Jensen, I'm going to ask you some questions. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right. First of all, do you understand that you have a constitutional right to testify?
I do.
And do you understand that you have a constitutional right not to testify?
I do also.
And do you understand that the decision whether to testify is for you to make?
I do.
Has anyone made any threats or promises to you to influence your decision?
Not in any manner.
Have you discussed your decision whether or not to testify with your lawyer
I have.
or your 3 lawyers?
I have.
All right. Have you made a decision?
I have.
And what is your decision?
I elect not to testify.
You're not going to testify?
Correct.
All right. And then, Ms. Krause, have you had a sufficient opportunity to thoroughly discuss this case and a decision whether to testify with the defendant?
I have.
Are you satisfied the defendant is making this decision knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily?
I am.
Do you want to add anything for the record?
No, Judge, thank you.
All right. The record should reflect we did indicate to the defendant his right to testify, his right not to testify. He's discussed his decision with his attorneys. He's made his decision on his own, and he has indicated to the court that he wishes not to testify. And based upon that, I'm going to make a finding that the defendant has knowingly, voluntarily, and intelligently waived his right to testify without the jury being in the courtroom, and the record should reflect that. With that, then, Ms. Krause, is the defense going to rest?
We are, Judge.
All right, we'll bring the jury out. We'll put that on the record. And then one more other housekeeping matter. Is the state ready to do their rebuttal once we do that?
We are.
Okay. All right, let's bring the jury out.
All rise for the jury.
We're back on a record on Mark Jensen, 2002 CF 314. The jury is back in the courtroom. The appearances are all the same. I'll ask Ms. Krause, does the defense have any further witnesses?
Judge, the defense does not have any further witnesses. We rest.
All right, the defense now has rested. And with that, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the state has an opportunity to call any rebuttal witnesses they wish. With that, do you have a witness available, Ms. McNeil?
Yes, we do, Judge, and the state will call Jill Polera. And so let me try to find her number. It would be number 60.
Number 60, Jill Polero. All right, if you could remain standing and raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. You solemnly swear the testimony of this man to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. And get as close as you can to the microphone. Spell your first and last name for the reporter.
Jill Polera, Jillpulera.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. McNeil.
Ms. Polera, were you married to Paul Griffin?
Yes, I was.
And is that Julie Jensen's brother?
Yes, it is.
Now, currently, are you divorced from him
Yes, I am.
and remarried?
Yes.
And when about did you separate from Paul Griffin?
2010.
Now, before that time period, and I want you to think about essentially the 1990s, during that time period, did you know Julie Jensen?
Yes, I did.
And did you live near her?
Yes, we did.
About how far away did you live from Julie Jensen?
A mile or two.
And can you describe for us what your relationship with Julie Jensen was?
Julie and I were close. We spent a lot of time together. I babysat the kids. She was my daughter's godmother.
And were you godmother to any of her children?
I am to David, yes. And Julie was in my wedding as well.
Now, during this time period that you knew Julie Jensen, did you come to know Mark Jensen?
Yes, I did.
And did you know them for about the duration of their marriage?
They were married when I came into the family.
And do you remember about what year you would have started to get to know Julie?
Probably around 1985, 86.
Now, when you came to know Julie Jensen and Mark Jensen, did you make any observations about their relationship?
In the beginning of when I first met them, their relationship seemed fine, but as time went on with the kids, things became strained.
And how would you describe, first, let's talk about David, because he's the oldest child, right?
Yes.
How would you describe how things were in the Jensen marriage when David was a baby?
When David was a baby, he was born with, he was very colicky when he was born. And so Paul and I would go down there in the evenings to help Julie out with the baby. She did, the cooking and preparing of meals, and David would be real fussy at that time. And so we would go down and help her with the baby.
And did you see Mark assisting with David?
No, Mark didn't have a lot of interaction with David when he was a little baby.
And was that a source of stress to Julie?
Yes, it was.
And did you see anything else in terms of the interaction of Mark and Julie Jensen after David's birth?
Mark was very demanding of Julie's time. When the baby was fussy or needed attention, Mark also seemed to need attention at that point.
And did you make any other observations, apart from their baby, about how Mark interacted with Julie?
Mark was very demanding of Julie's time. He could be very condescending to her when she would speak.
And Julie became a stay-at-home mother, right?
Yes, she did.
Not too long after David was born, right?
Right.
And did Mark have an opinion of stay-at-home mothers?
Yes, he did. He did not respect stay-at-home moms. I know he told Julie, you can either be a mom or you can work.
And so Julie was aware of that negative opinion?
Yes.
And was these observations that you made about these interactions between Mark and Julie, was that pretty consistent up until 1998?
Yes.
Now, would you frequently talk to Julie on the phone?
Yes, we had a lot of conversations, especially revolving around our kids.
And do you have a daughter named Kim?
Yes, I do.
And was Kim friendly with David?
Yes, Kim and David are only 2 years apart in age.
And because of their close age, did that cause you and Julie to be together a lot?
Yes, especially when the kids were younger.
Now, what about holidays or birthdays? Would you ever spend those with the Jensen family before Julie died?
The birthdays, we always shared the kids' birthdays together. We were either at the Jensen house or they were at our house for kids' birthdays. Holidays were mostly Julie and Mark were at the Jensens, and Paul and I were at my family's home.
So, like on Christmas itself, you might not see the Jensens?
No, not on, but we would always get together for the holidays at a different time.
And would you exchange gifts, especially with the children involved?
Yes.
Now, I want you to think back to around the time period of Thanksgiving of 1998. During that time period, did Julie speak to you at all?
Yes, she called me the day after Thanksgiving and getting prepared for Christmas shopping.
So was she asking you about things for your children?
Yeah, she wanted to know, what they wanted for Christmas, the sizes they were in, those kinds of things.
Now, obviously, you didn't celebrate Christmas with Julie that year, but had she gotten your children presents?
She had, yes.
Now, when you had this conversation with Julie, did she say anything about her marriage?
She did. She was complaining to me about Mark during that conversation, that he had been staying out a lot, going on a lot of business trips, not coming home, some heavy drinking, and she knew he was having an affair. She told me that she didn't want to ruin the holidays, but after the holidays she planned on leaving Mark.
So was your impression, based on that conversation, that she was going to divorce him?
Yes.
That was her plan?
Yes, it was.
After the holidays?
Yes.
Now, was there a prior time, sometime after Douglas was born, when Julie had contemplated divorce and told you about it?
Yes.
And what in particular did Julie tell you in terms of her contemplating divorce in that time period?
I know she was just unhappy, again, with the marriage, the way things were going, but she was afraid to leave Mark because he said she wouldn't see the kids.
And that time period would have been shortly after Douglas was born, or
I don't recall when it was exactly.
But it wasn't the 1998.
No.
But she had previously expressed that Mark had said she wouldn't be able to see the kids after divorce.
Yes.
Now, you knew Julie for years, right?
Yes.
Was she someone who was a drinker?
No, never.
Would she ever be drunk during the day?
No.
And at some point, did you learn that Julie had had a miscarriage?
Yes, sometime in between David and Doug, but I don't remember exactly when it was.
So it would have been at least some point after David was born and before Douglas was born.
Yes.
As far as you're aware, she had one miscarriage?
That's all I knew about, yes.
So I would like to talk to you about the time period after Julie had died. In that time period, was David's birthday coming up?
Yes, David's birthday was at the end of January.
And was there a party for David?
Yes, Mark had a party for David.
Did your family attend?
Yes, it was Paul and myself and my 2 children.
And at that party, did you meet Kelly Labonte?
Yes, we did.
And based on your observations at that time, end of January, did she seem familiar with the home?
Yes, she did.
Now, Did you and Paul try to stay in touch with David and Douglas after Julie's death?
Yes, we did.
And were you able to do that?
It was sporadic. Paul would be in contact with Mark and would want to, if we had Christmas presents or something for the kids, and we would go see the kids then.
Did you feel welcome at the Jensen home?
Objection relevance.
This is
Overruled. Go ahead and answer it.
I mean, Mark would let us in. He would let us in the door, and, we would be able to speak with the kids and everything. But it was uncomfortable because Kelly was there.
and did Paul at least make an effort to stay in touch?
He did, yes.
And you did too,
Yes.
at least until 2010.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Pardon?
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. So I have no further questions. Thank
Who's
you.
doing the cross?
I am Judge.
Go ahead.
Ms. Polera, you said that you and Paul at the time when you were married lived about 1 to 2 miles from the Jensens?
Yes.
And that was from what year to what year?
Well, we were married in 1986 and purchased a house right after that. And Mark and Julie were living in an apartment. They built their home, and we built a home, again, a mile or two apart. So from 1986 until Mark moved to the north side.
So 1999.
Mm-hmm.
So you lived 1 to 2 miles from the Jensens from the time you built your house to the time that Mark moved to the north side.
Correct.
And during that time, you said that you did have contact with Mark and Julie Jensen.
Yes.
And you had contact with the boys.
Yes.
You went to birthday parties,
Yes.
and that would be one for David in January and one for Douglas in May.
March.
In March, thank you. And then they would come to your house for your children's birthday party.
Correct.
You also testified that for holidays, you didn't spend the holiday together,
Correct.
although you would get together at a later date.
Yes.
Did you go on family vacations together?
No, we didn't vacation, but I did a lot of babysitting for Mark and Julie when they needed someone to watch the kids.
So when they went on family vacations to Door County with other families, you weren't a family that they went with?
No.
Now, you were testifying a little bit about Mark's perception of women that stay home.
Yes.
And you are aware that Mr. Jensen's mom was a stay-at-home mom.
Yes.
You talked a little bit about Julie contemplating divorce,
Yes.
and that was prior to 1998.
Yes.
And you were aware that she had an affair in 1990, 1991,
Yes.
and that was with a man by the name of Perry Tarika.
Yes.
And were you aware of that affair before you received the letter in the mail addressed to you?
No.
So at some point, you became aware of that affair.
Yes.
And was that after you got the letter in the mail with your name on it, care of Julie Jensen?
Yes.
Or Julie's name on it, care of you, correct?
I don't remember.
That's the first time you found out about that affair.
Yes.
Julie hadn't told you about it prior to that.
No.
You testified a little bit about helping Julie when David was born and had was kind of fussy, had colic. Is that what you said?
Mm-hmm.
And that Mr. Jensen wasn't as helpful.
Correct.
Were you with Miss Jensen and Mr. Tarika when they had play dates with their children together?
No.
Were you there on the weekend at all when Mr. Tarika spent the entire weekend at her house?
No.
Were you aware that David was in the bedroom next to them that weekend?
No.
You weren't aware of the length of that affair?
No.
She didn't confide in you about that?
No.
Did she tell you that in 1991 she filed for divorce?
I don't remember.
And she actually asked for full custody of her child?
I don't remember.
Do you remember talking to her about that?
No.
Do you remember hearing anything about a divorce in 1991?
I remember that she had talked about divorce. I don't remember what year it was.
You also testified that Ms. Jensen talked to you sometime around Thanksgiving of 1998.
It was the day after Thanksgiving.
Thank you. So that Friday.
Yes,
And she talked to you about the state of her marriage.
correct.
And she was unhappy.
Yes,
She told you she was thinking of getting a divorce
yes.
after the holidays.
Mm-hmm.
She didn't tell you that she thought Mr. Jensen was going to harm her in any way.
No,
She didn't say that she was afraid of him.
no.
But she told you that she was planning on getting a divorce.
Yes,
Did she tell you about a conversation her and Mr. Jensen had in October in which they had decided that the marriage wasn't working and they were going to go their separate ways?
no,
They were just waiting for the right time?
no.
You were asked a few questions about the contact you had with David and Douglas after Miss Jensen passed away. There were times that you contacted Mark Jensen to see the boys,
Yes,
and he allowed that to happen.
yes,
You went to the house.
yes,
You were able to have conversations with the boys.
yes,
You were able to give them presents if that was the plan.
yes.
There was never a time he said, no, you can't see the boys.
I don't recall that.
Nothing further. Thank you, ma'am.
Is there any redirect?
Just to clarify, when that letter from Perry Tarika arrived and Julie found out about it, she was pretty embarrassed about that, right?
Yes, she was.
So she didn't want that to happen.
No,
And you were asked about Julie during that conversation the day after Thanksgiving about Julie being unhappy. Did you think she was depressed?
no,
And did you ever see Julie showing any signs of mental instability?
no,
That she was in some way not seeing reality correctly?
no.
And she talked to you frequently on the phone,
Yes,
even if she didn't see you in person?
yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Any recross on that?
No, Judge.
All right, thank you, you're excused. Next rebuttal witness.
The state calls Therese DeFazio.
Remain standing, I'll swear you in. You solemnly swear the testimony is meant to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. Get as close as you can to the microphone. And spell your first and last name for the reporter.
Therese, T-H-E-R-E-S-E, DeFazio, capital D-E, capital F-A-Z-I-O.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. McNeil.
And Ms. DeFazio, you can adjust the microphone so it's in front of you.
Good.
So, Ms. DeFazio, we know you as David's third grade teacher, right?
Yes.
All right, so I want you to think back during this time when David was in your class in third grade. Was there ever a time that David said anything to you about his mom and the computer?
Judge, I'd object. This is hearsay, and she's already testified to this.
This is David's statements that he could not recall, and so this is rebuttal.
Judge, this has to be outside the presence of the jury.
Go take a break, folks. All right, the jury is outside of the courtroom. I remember David Jensen's testimony. He basically said, I couldn't remember. So he didn't deny it. So where are we going with this then?
Well, I think it's appropriate for the teacher who recalls the statement to testify to it then, because David did not recall it.
What do you want to say?
I would just say he didn't deny saying it. They didn't try to refresh his recollection with any document. And there's a case about, I don't remember, but in that particular case, the court had doubts about the witness's memory and thought the witness was saying, I don't remember, just not to testify. And the Supreme Court of Wisconsin held that where a witness denies recollection of a prior statement and where the trial judge has reason to doubt the good faith of such denial, he may in his discretion declare such testimony inconsistent and permit the prior statement's admission into evidence.
So what does that mean?
I think that the court would have to make a determination that David Jensen said he didn't remember in order to get out of answering.
Well, Judge, David also did testify that he saw his mother on the computer, and I think this would contradict that because he was pretty much laughing with Ms. DeFazio about his mother could not use the computer. And
That's a different question.
So, but it's the same topic. So her answer would address that issue as well.
Did he say he didn't remember that either?
Well, he described something contrary to what Ms. DeFazio would say.
Well, the question that he didn't remember, I'm not going to allow you to ask this question on rebuttal. If it's a contradiction, you can get into it.
Well, I think this computer does contradict what David said about seeing his
We'll
mom.
let you get into that one.
So just to be clear, so she can ask if David told Ms. DeFazio whether his mom used the computer, because that was the question to him, is whether his mom used the computer. And we already have testimony from others that she used the computer, specifically in regards to Quicken. So what statement is it that they're allowed to get into, I guess?
They can ask a question that the witness answered regarding the computer. They're basically saying that this witness will contradict his answer.
That this witness will contradict David saying he saw his mom on the computer.
Correct, Ms. McNeil?
Well, what I believe she's going to say is David blurting out that his mom doesn't even know anything about computers, that he's teaching her about computers and she doesn't know.
And what was his answer to that?
Well, his recollection of his mom and computers was, I saw my mom on the computer. I don't know what she was doing. I saw her on there. And so
we'll go into this limited area, and that's it, because there sounds like a contradiction.
Well, I also have questions for this witness about what David said regarding his mother's condition.
Are they contradictory answers?
Well, David said he couldn't remember.
I'm not going to let you go into areas where you didn't remember.
So then I have, for this witness, I'm going to ask her about what Julie told her about Laura Koster, which would be a direct contradiction of Laura Koster's testimony.
We'll let you get into whatever contradictions we have. I'll let you get into it.
Okay.
All right, bring the jury back. For the jury. Please be seated. Right, the jury is back in the courtroom on the record, and on Mark Jensen, the appearances are the same. The witness is still under oath. Go ahead, Ms. McNeil.
So do you recall David saying anything to you about his mom and computers?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead. What was that?
It was at open house. I was looking for someone when she volunteered to help me. I asked her if she knew anything about a computer so that if I asked for help in computer lab, she could help.
And so my question is, do you remember David saying anything about his mom and
Yes,
computers?
he said, no, he kind of laughed and said, no, she doesn't know much about computers. I've been teaching her. And then he, another time in the classroom when we were talking about computers, he was saying, yeah, my mom doesn't know anything. And we started having a conversation in the classroom about how many of your parents probably don't know how to use computers because back in that time period, computers coming in the home was very rare. It was just starting to come into homes.
So David blurted that out about his mom, and that started your class discussion.
Right. We had a whole class discussion about parents and their children teaching the parents.
Now, after David had returned to school, after his mother's death, did he say anything about what had happened when he went home on December 3rd, the day of his mom's death?
Objection, hearsay.
Well, once again, I think he gave a contrary account.
It's overruled. Go ahead.
So what, if anything, did David say in terms of what happened when he got home the evening of his mother's death?
Judge, I object as to hearsay. This is what we specifically just talked about when the jury was out of the room.
She said it's contradiction, so I'm going to let her do it.
It's because of the I don't know.
Well, I disagree.
Back in the jury room, folks. Sorry. Yeah, jury is outside the courtroom. I might not have been clear, but I think I told the attorneys if there's a contradiction, I'm going to allow it for impeachment. And now you're telling me, Ms. Krause, this question and answer was not a contradiction?
I don't know, because what we talked about was, I thought what the court ruled is if it was asked of David Jensen and he said, I don't know, the court wasn't going to allow cross-examination on that. So I guess I don't know. If specifically because he did say, I don't know to some of the things about when he got home or what he told Ms. DeFazio.
What answers are you saying that he has a contradiction answer to?
So David gave an account of coming home, his dad telling him and his brother to stay in the living room and not go to the mom's room. What David had told Ms. DeFazio was that when they got home, David wanted to see his mother, but the defendant told him to take Douglas and the dog for a walk. So it is contradictory to what David said occurred.
Okay. I don't have any issue with that. I thought we were getting into the other stuff. So unfortunately, Judge, I just didn't know because when we talked about it during the break, when the jury was out, that wasn't discussed.
Let's do this so we don't have to keep bringing the jury back. Go over what areas you think you're going to get into so we have an understanding of whether we need to discuss it without the jury here.
So, Judge, I'm just asking about that, what David told his teacher had happened when he got home, and then about the conversation that Julie had had with Ms. DeFazio about Laura Coster.
All fine.
All right? Yep. We all on the same page?
Yep. Thank you, Judge.
Wonderful. Bring the jury back. All right, the jury's back. Thank you for your patience this afternoon, folks. With that, you can ask your questions, Ms. McNeil.
So, Ms. DeFazio, I was just asking you, once David had returned to school, did he say anything about what had happened the late afternoon when he returned home on the day of his mother's death? What did he say his dad had told him or had occurred?
When he got home, it was after 4 o'clock because he had been at a French class at school. And it was dark. He went to the door like he was going in, and his dad stopped him and said, "You take the dog and Dougie and go for a walk." He wouldn't let them go in to see his mother. He wanted to go and see his mom.
And by that time in the evening, it would have been dark?
Oh, yes. After 4, it's in November, it's dark. And on Lakeshore Drive, there are no street lights at that time anyway. And only lights would be the lights of the yard, lights of the residents out there.
Now I want to ask you about one more conversation. So you had told us in detail about the conversation you had with Julie Jensen on November 25th of 1998. During that conversation, obviously you heard some disturbing things. Did you ask Ms. Jensen whether she had told anybody else her concerns?
Yes, I asked her if she told anyone else, and she said she had told a police officer at Pleasant Prairie, that a friend she knew.
Just strike as unresponsive and hearsay.
Overruled, go ahead.
And from the motion and limine, Judge.
Overruled, go ahead.
So I'll just ask you very directly, did she talk to you about telling her sister-in-law, Laura Coster?
Yes, she did. She told me she told Laura everything she had told me that day.
And that included her concerns that the defendant was going to kill her?
Yes, it included that. And she told me that her sister-in-law is a friend, actually. She's more than a sister-in-law. She's my friend. And she said she warned her to be careful, that you don't know what he can do.
I have nothing further.
Who's doing the cross?
I am, Judge.
Go
Thank
ahead.
you. Ms. DeFazio, you had this conversation in your classroom about computers.
Yes,
And it was during that time David said, "I've been teaching her."
yes.
You don't know what David was teaching his mother.
He said he taught her how to turn on the computer. She didn't know where the button was,
Did he
and
tell-
how to open programs.
Did he tell you that he had seen his mom on the computer?
No, he did not.
Did you know that Miss Jensen did the home checkbook on the computer?
No,
Did you know that David enjoyed doing a painting program on the computer?
I'm not sure if I remember that, but he might have.
The conversation that you had with Miss Jensen on November 25th, that was about a conversation she had with Miss Coster.
Yes.
The thing you just testified about.
Yes.
You weren't present during that conversation.
No.
It was also part of your conversations with Julie Jensen that she told you her husband was controlling,
Yes.
that he wouldn't let her get a job,
Right.
that he wouldn't let Douglas be put in daycare.
Right.
This was around the same time as those conversations.
Into an extra daycare. He was already in daycare in the morning.
All day school.
The afternoon was going to be a special needs partnership we had at the school, and so it
I
would
remember
be different.
that from your direct
I'm
test.
objecting to her interrupting the witness. The witness is
Let
trying
the
to-
witness answer. Go ahead, Ms. DeFazio.
I thought she had finished. I'm sorry, Ms. DeFazio.
It's all right. It's a peer helper program, and if he turned 3, and he was just about to turn 3, he could then apply. Doesn't necessarily mean you get in, but you apply for the program to be a mentor for children who have special needs. So a regular, normal child with children who have unusual learning styles.
And I remember you testifying about that a couple of weeks ago. And it was your understanding that Mark would not allow Julie to sign Douglas up for that.
That's right.
And the conversation about Ms. Coster was around the same time as those conversations. November 25th.
And I'm trying to think if that was all the same date. Yes, I think it was.
Thank you, ma'am. No further questions.
Anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You're excused. Rebuttal witness.
The state call is Paul Ratzberg.
All right. You could remain standing, Lieutenant Rasberg. You solemnly swear the testimony in this matter be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Get as close as you can to the microphone. Spell your first and last name again for the reporter.
First name Paul, P-A-U-L. Last name spelling, R-A-T-Z-B-U-R-G.
Go ahead, Ms. McNeil.
Just a few specific questions for you. Shortly after Julie Jensen's death, did you receive a phone call from a person who identified herself as Laura Coster?
Yes, I did.
And what did this person say in the phone call?
She was concerned. She identified herself as Laura Coster and said something to the effect, I think my brother killed my best friend.
And this was a short conversation, I take it?
Very short, yes.
But after that, did you attempt to have a much more thorough and long conversation with Ms. Coster?
Yes.
Were you ever able to do so?
I was not able to hook up with her.
And she eventually declined to speak with you?
Correct.
I have an exhibit to show you. I've showed you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 131. You recall testifying about the Jensen home computer and seizing the Jensen home computer, correct?
Yes.
And so how does Exhibit 131, how does that relate to the Jensen home computer?
This is a Dell receipt for the Jensen home computer. I can remember comparing the serial numbers on it, and it's dated 7/2 of 1998.
So based on that receipt, that would indicate that the Jensens received that computer sometime in July of 1998?
Correct.
And that receipt, is that something that you got from the residents, the Jensen residents?
Yes.
So I would just move 131 into evidence.
Any objection? All right, 131 comes in.
And just to clarify the timing of some things, you had the detailed conversation with Mark Jensen on April 21st of 1999?
Yes.
And it was that same day that you talked to David Jensen?
It is.
And do you recall when Mark Jensen was talking to you, him making references to things that David had said?
Yes.
And he knew that you were talking to David as well?
He gave me permission to speak with David.
All right, I have nothing further. Thank you.
Any cross?
Just a couple of things.
Nothing at this time?
Just a couple of things.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. The opposite of what you thought I said.
Good morning.
Or hoped, right? Yeah, the conversation that you testified just now about with Laura Coster.
Yes.
Did you review your police reports prior to coming here today?
Yes.
And is there a report of that conversation with Laura Coster?
In my report?
In your
Yes.
summary, correct?
Yes.
Okay. There's. Are you able to say which date Laura Coster contacted you?
I could not, no.
It's not in there, right?
It is not.
Okay. Did you ask her questions?
I did not.
So she called you and made this statement, and you asked no follow-up questions?
Well, I asked follow-ups, but the voice on the phone was emotional. She was crying, and she, so to speak, hung up on me. And then I made efforts in trying to recontact her several times.
You remember it as her reaching out to you?
Absolutely. She called the police department, the main line, and then she asked for me, or at least she inquired who was handling the Julie Jensen death. And then the call was transferred to me, and I happened to be in my office, and I picked up the phone, and then we had that brief conversation.
And we don't know when that was.
It was in December of 1998.
But your report doesn't say when that was, right?
No, it does not.
And do you have separate notes of that conversation?
No.
Do you have notes of what precisely you asked her?
No.
Or her responses to any questions you may have asked?
I didn't ask any questions of her.
Oh, you didn't ask any questions of her?
Yes. She disconnected with me shortly after she made that statement. She seemed to be rather emotional. And then I made efforts in trying to recontact Laura Coster, and they were unsuccessful.
You had made a call where the Costers scheduled a time to meet with you, correct?
That is correct.
And then you got a call from Ms. Coster's husband asking to postpone that, correct?
Correct. That would have been in December of 1999.
Now, your report doesn't indicate this, but you never contacted the Costers to reschedule, correct?
I did. In fact, there's, if you look further in my report, there's a conversation in 2002 that I had with Mr. Coster with a hearing from here that I asked if I could meet with him, and that I've been trying to get in touch with him.
Oh, I see. So, because the conversation you're talking about is 1999, or 1998, I'm sorry.
Just, and it can get confusing. The phone call that she made to me, or at least identified herself as that, was in December of 1998.
And I don't want to cut you off.
Okay. And then in December of 1999, we had a scheduled appointment. I believe it was 12/11 of 99. And then Todd Coster called me and canceled it. And then in 2002, I met them out in front of the courthouse here, and I talked to Todd, and I asked him again if we can, I'd like to talk to Laura.
Well, I'm really glad you clarified this. So the phone call that is referenced but doesn't have a specific date, that was December of 1998, you believe?
It was December of 98, yes.
And then you scheduled a follow-up meeting with them more than a year later?
Yes, that would be correct. Yes, in 99.
In December of 1999?
Exactly, yes.
That's the meeting that got put on hold, correct?
Well, Todd Coster called me and he canceled the meeting.
Did he say in December of 1999 that they wanted to get through the holidays?
He could have said that, but I don't recall that specifically.
And then the next attempt you made to reach out to them was in 2002?
No, I made several attempts to recontact them between 1999 and 2002. They were here for a hearing as well as I was in this courthouse, and I saw them, and so to speak, I kind of cornered them and said, hey, I still want to talk to your wife, Laura Coster. I'd like to find out what information she has on this case, and he said he'd get back to me.
So your first attempt at scheduling a meeting with them was more than a year after Julie Jensen had passed away?
No. I stopped by their house after I received that phone call. I was extremely concerned. Obviously, she had some important information. So I made numerous stops by the house. I left my card in their door and also made any phone attempts. I stopped by the house 3-4 times after that phone call and attempted to contact them to interview Laura Coster.
And what you were finally able to schedule with them was over a year later.
Correct, yes.
The computer receipt that you just talked about,
Yes, sir.
is it your awareness from investigation and review of records that this was their second home computer?
I'm not sure what you mean by the second home computer.
This wasn't the Jensen's first family home computer.
That I don't know.
You don't remember that?
I don't remember any talk about a computer previous to the one I seized on December 3rd, 1998.
Nothing else.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
I do not wish to violate a rule, but we do have a video.
All right, how long is the video?
23 minutes.
All right, I think we can do that one. And which exhibit or which video is this?
So I'll have to have this marked.
All right, let's mark it.
Oh, yeah. Exhibit 132, and this is Ted Voigt.
Mr. Voigt, we have a new court reporter, a different one than we had the last time that you were here. So could you please state your first name and spell it, and then state and spell your last name?
It's Teddy's Voigt, TADEUSZWOJT.
And Mr. Voigt, you've already talked in the past about a number of conversations that occurred between you and Julie Jensen. I want to direct your attention to one particular conversation. Do you recall any conversation that occurred between you and Julie Jensen in the weeks preceding her death, where Julie Jensen was describing to you a conversation that she had had with the defendant's sister, Laura Koster?
Yes.
Tell us what you can remember about the conversation that occurred between you and Julie Jensen, where she was describing this conversation between her and Laura Koster. First of all, can you tell me, when did this conversation occur between you and Julie Jensen?
I would say it happened around week and a half, at least week and a half before Julie died, and it was after I got back from Chicago from work, so around 3 o'clock, 2 something.
Tell the jury what you can remember about that conversation insofar as it relates to Julie's description of a conversation she'd had with Laura Koster.
Well, at that time, Julie told me that that Mark's sister, she saw Mark's sister today. She was over, that she told Mark's sister what was going on, and she told me what Mark's sister said, that she lived with him for 18 years, and you don't know what he's capable of.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Albee?
Mr. Voigt, I take it you took no notes of this conversation?
No.
You met with Detective Ratsberg for a couple hours on December 4th, 1998, the day after Julie Jensen's death, right?
Yes, I did.
He interviewed you regarding your knowledge of facts in this case?
Yes.
He asked you about conversations you'd had with Julie Jensen, correct?
Yes, he did.
He asked you to tell him whatever you thought were important details in this case, correct?
Actually, we were telling him.
Yes, you.
And he was listening, we were telling.
Right, and you were trying to give him the important details in this case, right?
Yes.
You did not tell him about any such conversation regarding Laura Coster, right?
At that time, I don't remember.
But you've seen that report from that conversation, correct?
And like I stated before to
Yeah,
you.
Mr. Voigt.
Objection.
No.
You could answer the question. Have you seen the report?
My report, yes, I did.
You've seen the typewritten report of Detective Ratsberg containing the statements you made on December 4th, 1998, true?
I don't think so. It was a typewritten report. It was a handwritten report.
Are you telling me that you've never been shown? Does the prosecutor have the answer for you? He's looking.
What?
He's looking over in this direction. I'm just.
What direction? I'm looking in this direction.
Is December 4th, 1998, did you ever read that police report regarding your first interview with Detective Ratsberg?
Probably I did.
And it's not in there, is it?
At that moment, I cannot recall it.
All right. And then you did there was a handwritten statement 1 year later, December 4th, 1999, correct, Mr. Moore?
No, actually, that's what I referred to. The handwritten statement was done in 1998 at that time. That was the first statement.
Well, you talked to Detective Ratsberg the day after Julie Jensen's death, true?
Yes.
And you told him many things you thought were important, correct?
Yes.
You did not tell him anything about this conversation with Laura Coster, true?
I don't remember anything.
That is, you have no memory of saying any such thing about Laura Coster, true?
You're talking about December 4th?
December 4th, 1998, right?
Yes.
You did not say anything about it, right?
I told you I don't remember.
And then you've seen the handwritten statement you wrote, right? Or Detective Ratsberg.
Yes.
Detective Ratsberg hand wrote out a statement after
Yes.
You need to let me finish for the court report. After he interviewed you on December 4th, 1999, he hand wrote out a statement.
1998. Handwritten statement, and happened in 1998. And I did report the date is wrong on it.
I didn't hear you, sir.
The date is wrong on it. The year on the report is wrong.
Let me show you Exhibit 327. The handwritten report.
Yes.
Is your signature there?
Yes.
The date is December 4th, 1999.
That's what the date is on it, but it happened in 1988. Because he showed up on Friday in my house. We asked Mr. Redwood to show up when my kids are in school. And December 1999 is Saturday.
Is what?
Saturday. He was on Friday in my house.
What was the last part?
He was in Friday. It was Friday when he was in my house.
Right. Well, Mr. Voigt. Let me show you Fence Exhibit 328. It's a report of Detective Paul Ratsberg indicating that on December 4th, 1998, he spoke with you and your wife.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes, correct.
And have you read his summary of that conversation?
I really don't know if I read that.
Have you ever seen this document?
I probably did. I just don't go over those documents. I'm just saying what I know.
I'm still not sure I understand, Mr. Boyd. Have you read this document at some point?
Probably did.
And do you have these documents? Were they provided to you? The
Yes,
documents?
it did provide it to me.
So you do have all your past statements, right?
I don't know if all, but I do have some of them in my house.
And this says nothing about any conversation with Laura Coster, correct?
And
Is that
no,
right?
I really don't know. I will have to read it.
You've read it before, right?
I read a lot of things before.
Have you seen any statement that you've ever done at any time in this case in which you talk about Laura Coster?
I really don't remember. I know I said it about it. I told the court about it. I told people, police. I did say it.
Mr. Boyd?
Yes.
Is it in here?
I told you.
Is it in here? Take a look.
Do you want to
Go ahead.
Because I
Sure.
it's not reading them, so.
Unless you recall whether it's in there or not, read the statements, please. Well, this is Mr. Cussman. Mr. Redwood report. That's not my report.
Right, but
That's what he put up with me. I didn't put those things.
Detective Ratsford didn't write down anything?
No, he didn't. In this report, he did not.
I'm sorry, Mr. Boyd. For the court reporter's benefit, you're going to need to let me finish my questions. Did Detective Ratsford write anything in that report about his conversation with you in which you mentioned Laura Coster on December 4th, 1998?
No, he did not.
Okay. Could you please take a look at the handwritten statement that's dated December 4th, 1999, and tell me if there's anything about Laura Coster in there?
No. There's nothing yet.
And then in July 2002, Defendant's Exhibit 329, there's another statement of yours that bears your signature on July 22nd, 2002, correct?
Yes.
Is there anything in this statement regarding Laura Coster? No. You testified in this case at the preliminary hearing, correct?
Yes.
At the preliminary hearing, Mr. Voigt, you didn't say anything about Laura Coaster and about this alleged conversation, did you?
I really don't remember.
Would you like to review your preliminary hearing testimony?
Oh, no.
Just trying to find out if you've ever mentioned this before.
Yes, I did mention this before.
Have you ever testified about it?
I really don't remember.
It's not in any report that you've ever seen, is it?
And like I said before, that the first time Mr. Lesber showed up in my house, we were talking for about good 2 hours. And what he put in the report, that's what he told was, you know, at the point he wanted to put it.
It's not in any report, right?
I know, he didn't put it.
It's not in any report at any time, correct?
I really don't know. And this one what you're holding, I'm not sure. I'll have to take it and start it.
You've never ever testified in any case in this. You testified at the preliminary hearing. You testified in July as well, right? July
Yes.
2007.
Yes.
When's the first time you told the DA about this? It's before. It was after this trial began, right?
Oh no, I told it a long time ago. I told many other things, and that's what one of the things I was very upset that
Mr.
the
Can you
stuff I
tell me?
was saying it's not on the paper.
Mr.
The last thing you said, sir.
The stuff I was saying to the police or my testimony, actually it wasn't my voice, it wasn't on the paper.
Mr. Voigt, you wrote the first paper in 1999, right?
Me?
Yes.
No.
Well, Mr. Ratsberg wrote it out for you, right? And then you had another chance in July 2002, right?
Yes.
And it's not on your paper then either.
Objection, Your Honor. What paper are you talking about in July 2002? You talking about the transcript of his
No, I'm
testimony?
talking about his statement that was typewritten and that he signed, Exhibit 329, that he just acknowledged does not contain any such statement about Laura Coaster.
You understand, do you recall the question?
I really, and again, the same statement, it's not my exact words, it's not everything what I said.
And you took no notes yourself at any time, right?
No, I didn't.
Can you identify any written note anywhere, Mr. Voigt?
My written note?
Anybody's written note.
I testified before the last time, and I told you before those notes, the testimony which you got in the front of you, actually like Mr. Resberg took it, the last time we went to, everything was put very short version.
Mr. Voigt.
Because that's what we were upset about.
Mr. Voigt.
Yes.
Could you please answer my question? Are you aware of any written note anywhere that contains this information?
Objection. This question's been asked and answered
really
several
don't know.
times, Your Honor.
Can you answer the question?
I just don't remember. Really, I don't remember.
You don't know of any?
Yeah, I just don't remember. I know
And
I
yet-
said it, but
And yet you claim 9 years later to remember these exact words.
no. What I said before, and just people didn't put it down. I said it many times before, and I said many other things, and I not see on that piece of paper either.
Mr. Voigt, you claim to remember the exact words 9 years later, even though you have no note that you ever took documenting those words.
Because I repeated many times those things would happen.
And just nobody ever thought that it was important enough to put down. Is that what your
To
testimony
me,
is?
it was important. For some other people, it wasn't important. Yes.
And you remember that this conversation took place at exactly 3 o'clock.
No, what I said, actually, I came back from Chicago from work, and I usually used to leave Chicago about 1:20 due to traffic. And I got home around after 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock. And I remember talking to Julie that day because she told me that Laura was there, Mark's sister, the conversation, and she said exactly what Laura told her.
Didn't you say that this was at 3 o'clock?
Who said that?
I thought you said this was at 3 o'clock.
Around 3 o'clock.
That's all I have.
Well, let's go through that conversation. You said it was around 3 o'clock in the afternoon?
Yes, it was around 3 o'clock because Julie was still outside and Mark wasn't home at the time. And that's what I used to get home because I leave Chicago 1 o'clock because otherwise I will get stuck at the traffic for 2 hours.
And so when this conversation occurred between you and Julie Jensen, where did the conversation take place? Was it in her yard or in your yard, or do you remember?
No, it was just between it, just in the border, I would say.
So how far away was she standing from you as she was having this conversation with you, would you say?
I would say 3 feet to 4 feet.
And were the children home at that point, or don't you remember?
No, I don't remember.
Was there anybody else present when you had this conversation with Julie? No. How long would you say you were talking with Julie that day?
I would say we probably talk about, 20 minutes to half hours. Yeah.
Well, even today, as you're sitting here, have you been asked questions about every single thing that you can tell us about Julie Jensen?
No.
There are still things you could tell us about Julie Jensen.
Yes.
As you're sitting here today, do you remember how many people you've spoken to about this particular conversation that you had with Julie Jensen, where she mentioned her conversation with Laura Koster?
Well, objection. Hearsay.
Say it again.
Okay. Could I ask the reporter to read it back? I want to make sure that it's read back exactly the way I said it.
As you're sitting here today, do you remember how many people you have spoken to about this particular conversation that you had with Julie Jensen, where she mentioned her conversation with Laura Koster?
I probably
Overall.
That means you can answer the question, sir.
I probably said at least to 2, 3 people. One of them will be my wife.
And when did you first, do you remember talking, when do you first remember talking to your wife about this conversation that occurred between you and Laura Koster? Between you and Julie Jensen about Laura Koster?
Because that was our daily base, we talked about what was going on.
Who else can you remember talking to about this case?
I'm sure there's some neighbors,
I'm sorry, I got that question wrong. Let me ask.
He was still answering the question. I'd like to hear the rest of it.
I couldn't hear a thing because I was coughing.
I misspoke, so I want to restate the question.
He was answering the question, and you can't stop him in the middle of a question.
Read back what you took down, Mrs. Delaney.
The question was, who else can you remember talking to about this case? And then he started answering, I'm sure there's some neighbors like.
You can finish the answer.
Well, I'm sure I told some neighbors across the street, the neighbors, because we did talk about things, what happened after Julie died.
Now, and I said the case in that question. What I meant to ask you was, who are the other people you've spoken to about this particular conversation that occurred between you and Julie Jensen, where she mentioned her conversation with Laura Koster? Now, can you remember who else you talked to about that particular conversation besides your wife?
Actually, not really. No.
Well, did you ever talk to me about it?
Yes, we already did.
And you ever talk to Ms. Gabrielle about it?
Yes.
Did you ever talk? Do you remember Susan Karaskevich, Deputy District Attorney Susan Karaskevich?
Yep. And I'm sure I said it. I think so. One in the police station about it. When Mr. Radsford took me to the police station, asked us to appear, we said about this, that's what happened.
Now, in the course of the conversations or interviews that you had with Detective Ratsberg, was it his practice to take down every single thing you told him?
Objection calls for speculation by this witness.
Well, when you say practice, you're talking about during the interview?
Yes.
The objection's overruled.
That means you can answer the
Good
question,
answer.
sir.
Well,
Did the detective write down everything you said?
no, he didn't. That's why I used to get upset, that he wouldn't write down everything what I was talking. Even one of the time I asked him just take me back to my shop because I was upset. What I said the last time I didn't see in the statement, or they forgot about it.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Any question?
These statements that I showed you that were prepared,
Yes.
you signed them, right?
Yes, I did.
You didn't make any additions to those statements, right?
I didn't go to police next day to talk to them again. I didn't.
Is that correct, Mr. Voigt? You didn't make any additions to those statements, right?
I made the statements. I did make the additional statement to those statements.
You didn't, after these statements were produced, you didn't write Mr. Ratsberg a note or say, well, let me add this. You just signed it and left it as is, right?
Yes.
So that's the end of State's Exhibit 132, and the state would move that into evidence.
All right, it'll be received. 132 is accepted. All right, I think it's a good time to take a break. Again, folks, don't talk about the case. We'll take a 10-minute break. Thank you. All right, before we go on our break, how many more rebuttal witnesses do we have today? One? All right. And it'll be a live witness? All right. And before we go further, does the defense have any rebuttal they wish to do?
Need to chat briefly.
All right. I think it's called rebuttal, but the statute says rebuttal from both sides, but talk about it. Thank you. We are back on the record on Mark Jensen, 2002 CF 314. Appearances are the same for the record. The jury's back in the courtroom. And who is the next rebuttal witness from the state?
Dr. Mary Mainland, Your Honor.
Right, doctor, can you come up here and I'll swear you in again? You solemnly swear the testimony is meant to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Again, get as close as you can to the microphone. Spell your first and last name for the reporter.
Mary Mainland, MaryMainland.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Jambois.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Mainland. Thank you for coming back all the way from Florida. We appreciate that. And I'm going to start by talking to you about the distinction between bruises on Julie Jensen's rib cage and lividity. Did you see any evidence of lividity on the left side of Julie Jensen's rib cage when you looked at the autopsy photos?
Yes.
But did you also see evidence of hemorrhaging?
Yes.
And I just showed you another photograph that we had, correct?
Yes.
And does that photograph more clearly delineate between the hemorrhaging and the lividity?
Yes.
Would it assist you in explaining this to the jury if we put that up on the screen?
Yes.
And, Your Honor, this will be Exhibit 133. I'll direct your attention to the screen. And, Madam Clerk, could you ensure that the TV is, that my computer's connected to the TV, please? Thank you. Now, can you see that adequately from where you're seated?
Yes.
And is this a better photograph, a better picture of the injuries to Julie Jensen's rib cage?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to show you this. I'm pointing out this kind of darker area here and here and here and here and here. And can you tell me what those somewhat darker areas, what those reflect?
Lividity.
So in your opinion, that appears to be lividity on the left side of Julie Jensen's rib cage?
Yes.
Now, what about this dark spot right here, this dark spot right here, and this dark spot right there? Can you tell us what those three marks are?
They appear to be hemorrhage.
And the hemorrhage is quite significantly different from the lividity, isn't it?
In this photo, yes.
And certainly the person that had the best view of these injuries was Dr. Chambliss. Isn't that true?
Yes.
Because Dr. Chambliss wasn't looking at a photograph. He was looking at the actual injuries.
Yes.
And Dr. Chambliss's diagnosis or his determination of these injuries, how did he describe this injury here and this and this? How did he describe those?
May I refer to his autopsy report?
You may.
On page 3, it says, upon reflecting the skin and underlying soft tissues, there's a small amount of hemorrhage involving the soft tissues and muscles attached to the left second, third, and fourth ribs.
So this is the second rib right here, looking at the...
Yes.
And this is the hemorrhaging he's referring to?
Yes, I believe so.
And this is...
Speculation with the, I believe so, and what is he referring to?
Why don't you just rephrase it, Mr. Jim?
Do you have an opinion in looking at this photo as to what it is that Dr. Chambliss is likely referring to when he's referring to hemorrhaging on the second, third, and fourth rib?
Yes.
And what is this right here?
That's hemorrhage.
And that's on the second rib, correct?
Yes.
And what's this right here?
Hemorrhage.
And that's on the third rib, correct?
Yes.
And what's this right here? Let's see, right here.
Hemorrhage.
And that's on the fourth rib, correct?
Correct.
Thank you, doctor. Now, I'm going to change topics here. We'd also heard from a medical toxicologist in this case who said that she couldn't draw any inferences at all about the cause or about the manner of death, just based upon the amount of ethylene glycol that was in the decedent's blood at the time of blood and stomach at the time of her death. Are you able to draw any inferences based upon that small amount of information?
If you, you would need to take into consideration the rest of the, the rest of the history. Julie Jensen's progress from the time she had her first dose until the time that she was deceased.
Well, one of the things that you know is that Julie Jensen received no medical intervention from the time of her first dose to the time that she died, correct?
Correct.
Now, have you examined or have you seen the case studies of persons who died from ethylene glycol suicide? And did you familiarize yourself with their blood alcohol or their blood ethanol glycine content at the time of their death with respect to these suicides?
Judge, I do have an objection to this. It's a topic that we discussed during Dr. Mainland's previous testimony.
Is that the same area that we're going into, Mr.?
Yes, Your Honor, and
I thought I made a ruling.
You did. That.
Pull out, folks. I'm sorry I got to do this. Side of the courtroom, and I remember I didn't allow that testimony in, so.
Yes, and which is why we didn't use it in our case in chief. However, at that time, you said the reason for it was that the defense did not have an opportunity to have their experts to opine on it or talk about it. And so at that time, I had indicated, well, then the state may reserve the right to use that in rebuttal. And I had not heard that we were not going to be allowed to use it in rebuttal.
Mr. Perry?
I don't remember the latter part of that.
I'm starting to remember. I think I did say, after we had you an opportunity to voir dire her, that if your experts testified and we came back with a rebuttal witness, I was going to allow it in.
I have an additional objection to it.
All right, what's the new objection?
Based on the voir diring of Dr. Mainland on this, that this is largely based on inadmissible hearsay. This is not something that's been published. This is her own compilation, and as she explained in court the last time, she had her own handwritten notes summarizing other reports that she relied on without the ability to provide those reports to defense or in court.
Wouldn't you think that would go to the weight of her testimony?
Well, I think it goes to just basic discovery in terms of the underlying data that she relied on to come up with this. So she relied on reports that she obtained through her own employment, is what she explained. And then she went on to explain that she doesn't have those reports. And so she relied on things and then came up with her list, but was unable to provide what she relied upon to the parties in this case. And so that's the reason for that objection in terms of basic, like the foundation for this is inadmissible hearsay that she has, that we don't have an ability to cross on because we haven't been provided it.
Go ahead, Mr. Jim.
Well, Your Honor, first of all, this witness should be allowed to testify about this, and that you are right, it does go to weight, and they can cross-examine her about the information that she looked at and coming to these conclusions. But what she'll testify to is that she examined known ethylene glycol suicides, and she examined what the blood test result, what the blood ethylene glycol test results were in cases where there'd been no medical intervention, which is exactly what we have here. And she'll be able to testify that the amount of ethylene glycol in the blood at death of ethylene glycol suicides, where there was no medical intervention, is somewhere between 40 and 200 times higher than it was in this case.
I'll give you one more shot if you want to say anything.
I really don't have anything else to add. It's this is her summary of underlying data that we have not been provided with and there's no ability for us to review it. And so it's her list, and as she explained, the bulk of it, she had none of the underlying reports to provide us.
Well, I know we did the voir dire, and the defense had an opportunity to get into this area, so they were aware of that. And I remember mentioning that it would have been helpful for the defense's experts to have that information. So I didn't allow it in the state's case in chief. And the defense obviously was aware of this after that because we have the exhibit. What number is it for the record? Was it marked?
Defense counsel, or my able co-counsel says she thinks it's Exhibit 90.
All right, Exhibit 90. So it was marked. And then the defense had an opportunity before their expert witnesses testified to have that information. And that was my concern at that time. Now there's an objection as to what data she used, and I think it goes to the weight. Mr. Perry, you are free to ask her that question, and obviously that goes to the weight of what she's trying to tell the jury. So I'm going to allow it in rebuttal. So bring back the jury. All right, we're back on the record on Mark Jensen, 2002, CF 314. The appearances are all the same. We're on a rebuttal witness, Dr. Malin. Thank you for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. You could ask your question, Mr. Jambois.
Thank you. So, Dr. Mainland, in the course of your evaluation of this case, did you happen to examine other ethylene glycol death cases that you became aware of?
Yes.
And did you notice any pattern in terms of the distinction between ethylene glycol suicides and ethylene glycol homicides?
Yes.
What was that you noticed?
In suicides, typically, the amount of ethylene glycol in the decedent's system is higher.
And when we talk about higher, what do you mean by that? Tell us what your findings were when you looked at ethylene glycol suicides, what the average blood ethylene glycol ratio was.
All right, I was able to find 15 cases locally and in Florida. And of these 15 suicides, the average amount was 2,072 milligrams per liter of ethylene glycol.
So that would be, and that's about 40 times higher than it was in this case.
Yes.
And the range was what? I mean, what was the highest amount that you found in an ethylene glycol suicide?
The highest was over 9,000.
Was it 9,746?
Yes.
Okay. And Now, some of these people that had died from ethylene glycol poisoning as a consequence of suicide, some of them had received medical attention, correct?
Yes.
And the people that received medical attention, how did their blood alcohol level, or the blood ethylene glycol level, compare to those who had not received medical treatment?
Well, there are two on the list where the ethylene glycol was not detected post-mortem. I believe, speculation, I'm sorry. Those two cases were cases that had received medical assistance and had survived for quite a while in the hospital.
Now, there's been discussion about metabolic rate, but isn't the first question that we need to address when we're looking at the amount of ethylene glycol in the stomach is the absorption rate, correct?
Correct.
So tell the jury what the difference is between the absorption rate and the metabolic rate.
Yeah, you know, before you can metabolize or break down a drug or a poison or anything, it needs to be absorbed into the system. So the first step, you know, in ethylene glycol metabolism, in the breakdown of this compound, is that it has to be absorbed. So it's absorbed in the stomach and in the small intestine, and it's absorbed directly into the blood.
Now, how long after an initial dose, say, of 30 milliliters of ethylene glycol, after an initial dose of 30 milliliters of ethylene glycol, how long would you expect that to take to be fully absorbed into the system?
Again, there's a range within the literature. The literature says rapidly and completely. An hour is a figure that I've seen quite a bit.
And that's really, since you're talking to a bunch of people who aren't medical doctors or forensic pathologists, ethylene glycol is absorbed much like any other alcohol, isn't it? Isn't it absorbed in the system much the same way?
Yes.
And so most of us, unless we're teetotalers, have consumed, say, in my case, we'll say 2 glasses of wine. So after I've absorbed 2 glasses of wine, 1 hour after I finish the last glass of wine, you would expect both glasses of wine to be fully absorbed into my system, correct?
We're talking about if you were on an empty stomach at the time.
So if I had an empty stomach, after an hour after I finished my last glass of 2 glasses of wine, how much wine would you expect to find in my stomach?
Little to none.
So certainly 24 hours after I've absorbed a glass of, or consumed a glass of wine, you would expect to find no ethylene glycol in my system.
Correct.
So say 24 hours after Julie Jensen absorbed or consumed her first, assuming she had a dose of ethylene glycol in the evening hours of December 1st, 1998, you expect that by December 3rd, 1998, that ethylene glycol would be fully gone from her stomach, correct?
Yes, if it were, unless it were a massive dose, in which case she probably would have died earlier on in the course.
Now, if she was manifesting symptoms of ethylene glycol poisoning in the early morning hours of December 1st, and then on December 3rd, in the afternoon, at the time of death, she still had ethylene glycol in her stomach, would that be reflective of a second dose of ethylene glycol?
Yes.
Now, we also heard from a medical toxicologist who said that you just can't draw any inferences at all from the amount of ethylene glycol that's in one's stomach at the time of death. You can't draw any inferences at all about how much ethylene glycol they've had to consume. Is that true?
Again, you have to take into consideration the history, the medical course of the person.
So looking at the course that we have here, Julie Jensen received no medical treatment for any ethylene glycol poisoning. Is that true?
Yes.
And she was manifesting signs of ethylene glycol poisoning at, say, 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, correct?
Yes.
And then she was manifesting signs of ethylene glycol poisoning in the in the evening hours of December 2nd, 1998. Is that true?
Yes.
So is that consistent with two doses of ethylene glycol?
Yes, it could be.
Now, had you also examined cases of ethylene glycol homicide?
I have not studied them or looked at. I've looked at a few individual case reports, and unfortunately, most of the homicide, the information on ethylene glycol homicides is out on the internet. It's public knowledge. I don't have a whole lot of scientific data from those cases.
Well, we'll stick to the data that you employed here. The data that you collected related to suicides, correct?
Correct.
And according to the data you collected, on average, the average suicide death at the time of autopsy, the decedent had an ethylene glycol concentration of 2,072 milliliters per liter, which would be like 2,072 micrograms per deciliter, which is...
No, the units are off.
Well, in this case, Julie Jensen had 55 micrograms per deciliter in her blood, correct?
No, she had 55 milligrams per liter or micrograms per milliliter. They both mean the same thing.
Okay, and it was expressed as 55 micrograms per milliliter in this case, correct?
Yes.
And that would be and what was, using the equivalent terminology, the average suicide had how much in their system?
2,072 micrograms per milliliter or milligrams per liter.
So approximately 40 times the amount that Julie had in her blood.
Yes.
Oh, there was one other thing. The jury's heard testimony that if Mark Jensen did exactly what Aaron Dillard said that Mark Jensen did, that they would expect to find that the decedent had vomited. Would you expect necessarily that Julie Jensen would have vomited if Mark Jensen sat on her chest and shoved her face into the pillow?
I can't say one way or another.
So that means you wouldn't expect it, or you would not. You'd neither expect it nor not expect it?
That's correct.
Okay. So the fact that she hadn't vomited at the time that it's alleged that Mark Jensen sat on her chest and shoved her face into a pillow, that's not indicative of anything to you, one way or the other?
That's correct.
At the time of Julie Jensen's death, there was a moderate amount of urine in the bladder, and her stomach was distended with 660 milliliters of substance in it. Is that true?
Yes.
Does the fact that there wasn't much in her bladder and her stomach was distended, does that mean that she was out and about and using the bathroom, or what does it mean to you?
I can't make any conclusion from that.
When the kidneys shut down, does the body continue to produce urine?
It will slow down and then it will stop.
So, and there were oxalic acid crystals in Julie Jensen's kidney tubules. Is that true?
Yes.
And what would that do to the kidney functioning?
It would interfere with kidney function.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Who's doing the cross? Go ahead, Mr. Perry.
Just a moment, please. Dr. Mainland, you're not a toxicologist, are you?
No.
You're not a clinical toxicologist?
No, I'm not.
Not a forensic toxicologist?
No, I'm not.
This is this study that you're referring to. How many cases did you look at?
I looked at a total of 21.
Okay, and what are the dates of those 21 cases?
They range from sometime in the 1990s to several years ago, to about 2018.
And where did you find those?
I found them in Florida, in Tampa, Florida, in Milwaukee, and in Kenosha counties, Wisconsin. And there were 2, I believe, from Waukesha County.
And who decided that these were suicides or accidents?
The medical examiner in charge of the case. Typically, it would be the one who did the autopsy.
And in each of these cases, did you have information as to ethylene glycol levels?
Yes, I believe so.
And information in terms of when the ingestion of ethylene glycol took place?
In some of them, yes, some of them, no.
In some of them, yes, some of them, no?
That's correct.
Okay. And in the ones that you didn't, did you somehow determine when they had ingested ethylene glycol?
No.
And exactly how much ethylene glycol each of these had ingested?
No, there was no way to tell that. Unless, of course, they made a statement.
Do you have specific, can you look at your list and tell me the weights and ages of each person on this list?
I can tell you ages, I cannot tell you weights.
Can you tell me their each person's individual half-life for ethylene glycol?
No, I can't.
You mentioned that this came up when you testified before in this case a week or two ago. I don't know. It's all a blur. And you said on direct that a figure you've seen for absorption rate is an hour. Do you remember testifying to that?
Yes.
Then I asked you on cross that the figure actually that's commonly cited is 1 to 4 hours. Do you remember that?
Vaguely.
And you agreed with that 1 to 4 hours is what's commonly cited.
If I agreed to it, I agreed to it.
Okay. Does that seem like something you have not read?
No.
Okay, so it's consistent with what you've read is 1 to 4 hours for absorption rates.
Yes.
Do you have your study in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not sure. I'm going to see if there's an electronic copy of this. Judge, I'm going to ask for a moment so we can scan this in so I can publish this to the jury.
Go ahead.
Do you see what's up on the screen?
Yes.
Does that accurately reflect what's in front of you?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and the only difference I suspect is that in the upper right corner I had written S90, and that's the that's the exhibit, what's marked on the sheet in front of you, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Aside from that, absolutely consistent with what you have?
Yes.
On the left-hand side, it lists suicides, correct?
Yes.
And this is milligrams per liter?
Yes.
And milligrams per liter is, that's the level, you put that in there because that's what Julie Jensen's measure was?
Yes, and it's also the one that I commonly use, so that I'm most familiar with.
Okay. You have up there that the average of these 15 instances is 2,072.
Yes.
And again, with the caveat that we don't know when any of these people ingested ethylene glycol, correct?
Correct.
And we don't know if they had ingested second or third doses of ethylene glycol.
Correct.
And we don't know the amount of ethylene glycol that any of these individuals ingested.
We know some of them, but most of them we do not.
And we don't know anything about these individuals' metabolism of ethylene glycol.
Correct.
And we don't know their absorption rates of ethylene glycol.
Correct.
The average is computed by adding them all up and divided by 15, right?
Yes.
You see several on here that are well below 2,072, don't you?
Yes.
You see one on here that says less than 20.
Yes.
That was determined to be a suicide.
Yes.
You see two on here that say not detected.
Yes.
Also determined to be suicides.
Yes.
In the middle column, you have accidents, correct?
Yes.
And on the far right, you have undetermined.
Yes.
What does NT stand for?
Not tested. In one case, there was no specimen available. The body was buried. And in the other case, it was a late report. The body had already been cremated. It came through over the phone.
So we have 21 cases on here total, correct?
Yes.
And it's your testimony, as I understand it, that from looking at this, you're saying that a higher level of ethylene glycol is consistent with suicide than with homicide.
I would say that it's more consistent with suicide.
And you have no homicides listed on this sheet, do you?
No.
I think you testified that, you can take that off, yeah, thank you, that a large enough dose early on would kill somebody.
Yes.
Okay, and what precisely would they have died of if it was a large enough dose?
Ethylene glycol poisoning.
And would this be in phase 1 that they would die?
A person can die in any of the 3 phases.
If it was a large enough dose, are you suggesting that they would die in phase 1 of ethylene glycol?
I'm suggesting that the larger the dose, the more likely
That what would happen?
that the person could die in phase 1.
Of ethylene glycol poisoning?
Yes.
You're familiar with the concept that what people die of with ethylene glycol poisoning is not the ethylene glycol itself, right?
It's the breakdown products.
And the breakdown products haven't occurred in phase 1, right?
Right.
Mr. Jamboys, could you put up exhibit, I think it was 133, the picture of the ribs? We testified about what Dr. Chambliss described as small amount of soft tissue hemorrhage to the ribs before, right?
Yes.
And you had reviewed all the autopsy photos before?
Yes.
Before testifying a couple of weeks ago?
Before testifying a week ago.
A week ago?
It's all a blur, like you said.
It could have been this morning for all I remember, yeah. Had you seen this photo before?
I believe I have.
Okay. And do you see a shadow on this photo?
Yes.
I'm going to, well, I hope he's okay with this. I'm going to have to use his cursor so I can ask you questions.
Here, I'll be my guest.
I don't want anyone to mistake me as being a prosecutor. This right here is what you said is you identify as hemorrhage?
Yes.
And how about this?
That's shadow.
That's shadow? Not hemorrhage, shadow.
Shadow.
What's behind the shadow?
Soft tissue.
Soft tissue. Can you say that there is no hemorrhage behind this shadow?
I can't say what's behind it because I can only see the surface.
Because you can't see it, right?
Correct.
Because of the shadow.
Correct.
This little mark right here is what you said is hemorrhage?
Yes.
And how about this mark right next to it?
That may be hemorrhage.
Might not be?
May not be.
And how about this right here?
Yes.
Yes.
That looks like hemorrhage to me.
Okay. And how about this right here?
That may also be hemorrhage.
How about this right up here?
That may be hemorrhage.
Okay. How about this area right here?
That I'm not sure.
Yeah, it looks similar though, doesn't it?
Yes, it's in shadow.
It's in shadow, but it looks similar?
Yes.
We talked about this soft tissue hemorrhage, what had been identified by Dr. Chambliss when you testified a week ago, right?
Yes.
You agreed it could just be congestion.
It could be.
You agreed it's a non-specific finding.
Postmortem congestion is non-specific, yes.
That postmortem lividity could cause what we're seeing in that picture.
Yes, I believe that's what I said.
Because when you're laying face down or on a side, the blood pools.
Yes.
You agreed that if it is hemorrhage, you have no ability to say when that injury occurred.
All I can say is that it appears to be fresh.
There's no injury on the that was noted externally on Julie Jensen's ribs, correct?
Correct.
There's no injury on her back?
If you count her buttock. No.
I mean, I guess her back opposite the side of the ribs.
No.
No fluid in the bed?
No.
Nothing aspirated?
No, Dr. Chambliss did not report any aspiration.
Your understanding from review of all the records that Julie Jensen was drinking a lot of water, right?
Yes.
From review of the autopsy, does it appear that her body was able to produce urine?
Yes.
And I think you described it as a moderate amount of urine.
I forget what I said. Probably.
Is it a moderate amount of urine?
Yes.
Was it your testimony just earlier today that you think it was a second dose because there was some amount in her stomach?
Yes.
The half a teaspoon?
Yes.
You remember all the discussions about gastroparesis that we had, correct?
Yes.
And delayed gastric emptying.
Yes.
and the need to be able to say what was in those 22 ounces of stuff, to be able to say whether or not that half a teaspoon would have been absorbed into her system.
Could you put that a different way? I don't quite.
She had 22
I think
ounces.
I get what you said, but I'm not.
She had 22 ounces of gastric contents, right?
Yes.
Aside from the description that it was green and had potatoes and pepper in it, we don't have a great description of it, do we?
We have quantification as far as the potato and pepper, and we have the word fluid.
Yeah,
I believe that's what he used, the word fluid.
And we talked about what can cause delayed gastric emptying, right?
Yes.
And we went through a laundry list of things, of variables that may, in Julie Jensen's system, have caused her, I guess, sort of GI system to shut down.
Yes, we did.
In terms of the possibility, or even just the likelihood, that this half a teaspoon could have been a remnant from an earlier dose.
Yes.
You'd agree that 55 micrograms per liter is almost an undetectable amount of ethylene glycol in her blood.
55 micrograms per milliliter.
And now I screwed that up, right?
It's near the threshold that some laboratories use for reporting. Some laboratories use the threshold of 50 micrograms per milliliter, and if they see a number under that, they may report as not detected or as less than 50.
So it's near the cusp of what wouldn't even be detected by labs.
What wouldn't be reported. I'm not saying that they can't detect it. It's just that at a certain number, a lab will choose to either report a result or not report a result. You could have 30, for example, and they would report less than 50. But less than 50 doesn't mean necessarily zero, is what I'm trying to say.
I've got nothing else. Thank you.
Any redirect, Mr. Chairman?
Very briefly,
Go ahead.
Counsel, could you do me the kindness of putting Exhibit 90 back up on the screen again? Okay, thank you. Now, Dr. Mainland, you indicated that among the suicides, there were 2 not detected and 1 less than 20 milligrams per liter, correct?
Yes.
And did those 3 have anything in common with each other that you know of?
Beside the fact that they were suicides?
Yes.
I believe that 2 of them had received treatment. I know that 1 of them had not.
Okay, so of the 2 not detected and 1 less than 20, of those 2, 3 of them had received medical treatment, correct?
No, 2 of them.
Which 2? You said 2 of these 3 had received treatment?
Yes.
Okay, which 2? Do you remember which 2?
No, if memory serves me, I can certainly find that out for you. It'll take a while. One of those was a personal case of mine, and that's why I remember that person had not had any treatment. I believe the other 2 did.
Okay, and the one that was a personal case of yours that had not had any treatment, you don't remember if it was the not detected or under 20?
No, I don't remember.
But all of the rest of them, excluding those 3, all of the rest of them had ratios of 570, not less than 570, and up to 9,746 milligrams per liter, correct?
Yes.
So if you excluded those three, then the average would actually be higher than 2,072, wouldn't it?
Yes.
And by the way, I haven't already done so, I would move exhibit, you can take that down now, thank you. I'd move exhibit 133 into evidence.
It's received.
Sir, were you aware that what Mark Jensen has said about what Julie Jensen had been eating or drinking in the day or two before she died?
I know Mark Jensen said she had been drinking a lot of water. As far as food, I don't recall.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Perry?
Briefly.
Go ahead.
If you had excluded those three, the average would be higher, right?
Yes.
If you had looked at even fewer cases, the average would be higher.
Depending on which few.
Sure. If your study listed, there's one that says 7,400, correct?
Yes.
There's one that says 9,746.
Yes.
And then we'd have an average for what it would take, what would be found in a suicide, right?
In those three, yes.
And it would be even higher, wouldn't it?
Yes.
This isn't by any means a comprehensive analysis of ethylene glycol poisoning deaths in America over any defined period of time, is it?
No, it is not.
This is what you found based on your particular access from a few offices of information that you believe is related to ethylene glycol, isn't it?
Yes.
And nothing else?
Nothing else.
With all the limitations that I described earlier about lack of knowledge?
Yes.
That's it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for coming.
For real? Your Honor?
You're good.
You're absolutely, positively, unequivocally, completely finished, yes.
We have the exhibit. There's no exhibits over here.
Oh, Your Honor, I will say this. With respect to Exhibit 90, I inadvertently altered it. I wrote, for my own notes, I wrote MG/L. That was not on the original exhibit, so I've doctored the exhibit, so I want to make it, put on the record that I did that. I can either white it out or put my initials next to it.
Why don't you put your initials next to it? I think that's the correct way of doing it. Moved in, and 133. Said they're done with their rebuttal?
We are, Your Honor.
All right. Does the defense have any rebuttal?
We do not, Judge. Thank you.
All right. Everybody take a big sigh of relief now. We are done with the testimony. All right. We got to do our work now, folks. We got to talk about jury instructions. We got to talk about other legal issues. So you get to go home. We can stay and work. But come back 8:30 sharp. Please don't talk about the case. We're getting really close where you can deliberate. Okay? Have a good evening. See you tomorrow. All right, the jury is outside of the courtroom. I believe a couple days ago I did mention jury instructions, and then Mr. Jambois had indicated there were instructions from the last trial, Has the defense had a chance to look at those instructions that were used?
I have had a chance to review them. I have not had a chance to talk to co-counsel about them.
Okay, you want to do that right now?
I would like to, Judge, but before we do that, can I just put an objection on the record?
Sure.
Okay, so when Ms. DeFazio was testifying, I objected and said it was based upon the motion in limine because she had testified that Julie told her that she had told police officers about being in danger or about telling police officers about thinking Mark was going to kill her. And I believe that is outside of, I think that's inconsistent with the ruling this court made that no statements to law enforcement and the letter were not coming in. So that's why I made that objection.
All right.
I didn't ask for any additional instruction because I thought it would just.
It's noted for the record.
Thank you.
Okay, you want some time then to look at the jury instructions?
Please.
Did the state want to do the same thing?
Your Honor, I think what I'd like to do is this. I'd like us to go back to our office and then prepare the proposed substantive jury instructions and procedural jury instructions that we want in this case and provide them to court and counsel, and we can discuss them then tomorrow morning. I did not look at I knew that there were instructions, obviously, for the last trial, but I haven't read them, so I don't remember what was done or what was said.
The only one that I noticed that was a little different that I have not seen, there was a specific instruction as to Laura Costner. I don't know why. Maybe somebody could tell me, but that was the only one that stood out that was different. All the other ones were the normal ones used in a criminal trial with the elements of the crime.
Well, I thought the reasonable doubt instruction was different, too, because I thought there was a sentence added into the reasonable doubt
I didn't notice that.
But I'm the only one here that was at the last trial, and I have absolutely no recollection of why we had a special Laura Costner instruction. No idea at all.
It was probably made by the defense. That's my reading of it.
Well, I certainly wasn't going to ask for a special instruction. I don't even know what the instruction was. I think that we should just use the same standard substantive instruction with respect to first-degree intentional homicide. I think we should use the standard reasonable doubt instruction, and I don't think we should have any instruction for Laura Costner.
Well, I think we should have the lawyers give a chance to look at it. I released the jury. Obviously, they don't have any other duties today. We're just going to have to wait as to the defendant leaving. But what I want the attorneys to do then, take your time this evening or whatever time you're going to do it and come up with some instructions for me. And I'll look them in the morning and we'll go through each one of them. Okay? A couple other housekeeping matters while we are waiting and we have the time. I don't want, I shouldn't start it out that way. Let me ask the state, who's doing the closing for the state? Who's doing the closing for the defense? Okay. I gave you an hour and a half for your opening. Are we going to do an hour and a half for closing? I'm not talking about rebuttal or anything.
Yeah, I think it will be similar in length, and I know it was somewhat shorter than an hour and a half.
Okay, and Mr. Perry, any idea?
We don't have the rebuttal, so I do think it'll be a little longer.
Okay, the reason I bring it up, because the poor court reporter has to take, and when we're doing a closing, there's no time where we're not talking. It's talking continuous, and I got to figure out when to do a break for the jury. So if I have some idea, I can look at the clock and say, okay, she said an hour and a half. He said hour and a half. I can figure it out. We're not going to do both closings and my instruction straight through. That doesn't work. The jury can't take it. The court reporter can't take it. So give me some idea when you come back tomorrow. The other thing I wanted to bring up, obviously, we have 16 jurors. So I am going to strike 4 tomorrow. It'll just be random. I'm just going to use numbers. But I'm not going to release the 4 that I strike. I'm going to put them in a separate location in the courthouse. They're not going to leave. They're not going to be able to discuss the case. But if we need to take one from the 4, we'll bring that person in. I don't want to send them home and then something happens. We've gone too long in this trial for something to go wrong. So if anybody has an objection to that, Say it now.
Your Honor, I don't have an objection to that. It's just I seem to have some vague recollection of case law that says that you can't bring in an alternate and put them back in the pack with the jury without the defendant's consent.
I know.
So the defendant's got to consent to it.
I understand that, but I don't want to send the four home.
You don't need our consent. You don't need the state's consent, but I do think you
And
need...
I know Judge, you guys always quote Judge Schrader from the last case. He kept the jurors. I think he had 8 alternates, and he kept them in the courthouse. He didn't let them go home.
I did read that, Judge, and all I would ask is allow us time to just talk about it, and we can let the court know.
Yeah,
in the
if you
morning.
got a different idea, let me know. But here's my problem. If I send the 12 back and they deliberate and the 4 went home, something happens to the one in the that are part of the 12, what do we do?
And I understand the court's concerns based upon the length of this trial. I just want a chance to look at the case Attorney Jamboys is talking about and talk to it with counsel. But we can let the court know in the morning.
I know you could, if there's a agreement, you could take a verdict with 7 jurors. I know that, but it has to be agreed, right?
It's unlikely, but yes. That we would agree, but yes, you can, Judge.
So think of that. All right, any other housekeeping matters from the state?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Anything else from the defense? Right, let's make sure the jury's gone before we take back the defendant. So we'll see you at 8:30. We'll do jury instruction. Okay? Have a good evening.